Thank you for joining us, and welcome to this virtual board meeting of the National Transportation Safety Board. I'm Robert Sumwalt. I'm honored to serve as the chairman of the NTSB, and joining us today are my colleagues on the board, Vice Chairman Bruce Landsberg, Member Jennifer Homendy, Member Michael Graham, and Member Tom Chapman. Each of them will introduce themselves momentarily. Today, we meet in open session as required by the Government and the Sunshine Act to consider the crash of a 2001 Ford Excursion XLT stretch limousine near Schoharie, New York on October the 6th, 2018. The crash happened when the limousine was at the end of a 1.8-mile stretch of a downhill road. It had been picking up speed on a series of downhill grades until its speed reached over 100 miles per hour. The end of the road was a T intersection with New York State Route 30A. At the intersection, the limousine maneuvered around a stopped vehicle, proceeded across Route 30A, and entered a driveway of a restaurant parking lot where it struck an unoccupied SUV, flinging it into two pedestrians. The limousine continued into a ravine and struck an earthen embankment and several trees. In all, 20 people died in this crash. The driver and his 17 passengers and two pedestrians. So on behalf of all of us at the NTSB, I want to offer our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of those who've been affected by this catastrophe. And for those watching today, please understand that the reason that we are here is to learn from these things, crashes like this, in order to prevent similar tragedies in the future. And that is exactly why we are here. We're not here to determine fault or blame. That's the job of the courts. So while our investigators pursue their safety investigation, a criminal investigation is often also underway, as happened in this case. And we pride ourselves on being able to work closely with law enforcement at every level, and we often build outstanding relationships with them, and I've seen those relationships be built over the years. And that's ideal because none of us want to choose between justice and safety. Now, typically, we would expect an investigation like this to be completed in about a year, and going into this one, that was certainly the expectation. But here we are, pushing right up against the 2-year mark. And unfortunately, the parallel criminal investigation conducted by the Schoharie County District Attorney's Office and the New York State Police significantly impeded and curtailed our typical investigative efforts. Particularly early in our investigation, some investigators, some NTSB investigators, were outright blocked from even viewing, let alone examining, critical evidence. Specifically, our investigators were denied timely access to crash vehicles and related information that would allow the NTSB to follow its usual investigative protocols. They involved motor carrier. The involved motor carrier, Prestige Limousine and Chauffeur service, would not permit access to its records, maintenance history, some witnesses, and other investigative material in light of the ongoing criminal case. Now, I realize that the victims' families are entitled to justice through a criminal investigation. And likewise, I realize that the defendants in this case are entitled to a fair trial. And I certainly respect that process. But I also know that by the powers granted by Congress, the NTSB has the statutory authority and the responsibility to investigate crashes such as this one in order to assess safety issues that could potentially prevent a similar crash from happening again. Quite simply, all parties have to work together. They've got to learn to play in the sandbox and in the same sandbox. And here's a case where we weren't even invited into the sandbox because we all have important roles to play. These impediments delayed and complicated the NTSB's investigation, and they did not accurately, although they did delay and complicate our investigative efforts, they did not affect our ability to conduct an accurate and complete investigation, as our investigators used factual information collected and developed through alternative methodologies to complete an accurate investigation. But as I've heard Vice Chairman Landsberg say before, safety delayed is safety denied. And because this report has been delayed, valuable safety recommendations that will emerge from the report, they've been delayed, and the opportunity for more prompt action has been denied. And I want to be crystal clear about this. It is normal for a criminal investigation to be underway at the same time as an NTSB highway investigation. It is not normal for the NTSB investigation to be impeded by a criminal investigation. Now, to the business at hand. Today, the staff will lay out the pertinent facts and analysis found in the draft report, and they'll present the draft findings, a probable cause, and recommendations to the board. And then we on the board will question the staff to ensure that the report, as we adopt it today, truly provides the best opportunity to enhance safety. The issues that staff will present this morning include inadequate brake system maintenance, vehicle alteration affecting compliance with applicable federal motor vehicle safety standards, drivers falsifying medical histories in medical certification examinations for commercial driver's licenses, and ineffective state oversight of intrastate motor carrier operations. The public docket for this report contains more than 2,500 pages of additional relevant material, and it's available on our website at www.ntsb.gov. The report on the crash will also be available on our website once it's finalized. So at this point, I'd like to pause and allow board member introductions. Vice Chairman Landsberg, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Landsberg here. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to today's meeting.
Thank you. It's good to see you. Member Humphrey.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to my fellow board members and the staff. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Member Humphrey. Member Graham.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, fellow board members and staff. I appreciate all the hard work the investigative staff did on this report.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. It's good to see you, Mike. And Member Tom Chapman.
Good morning, everyone, and I look forward to our discussion this morning.
Thank you. At this time, I'll ask our Managing Director, Sharon Bryson, to introduce the investigative and support staff who will be participating in today's board meeting. Good morning, Ms. Bryson.
Good morning to you, Chairman Sumwalt, and to the other board members. Thank you. I would like to also thank everyone who helped make this virtual board meeting happen today. As you often say, nothing gets done at the agency without the work of everyone. It has been a team effort involving multiple staff members representing a range of offices. I only today have one administrative announcement, and that is a reminder to my colleagues to silence all their electronic devices so that they don't interfere with the proceedings. And now I'd like to introduce the staff that will be presenting today. First is Dr. Rob Malloy, the Director of our Office of Highway Safety. Dr. Chris Poland, our Deputy Director for the Office of Highway Safety. Ms. Kathy Silba, our General Counsel. Dr. Julie Kang, the Project Manager. Mr. Dennis Collins, who's serving as the Acting Investigator in Charge and Human Performance Investigator. Mr. Bob Squire, Highway Factors Investigator. Mr. Brian Bergonia, Vehicle Factors Investigator. Mr. Shane Lack, Mechanical Engineer. Mr. Mike Laponte, motor carrier factors investigator, Dr. Michelle Waters, our medical officer, Dr. Tom Barth, survival factors investigator, Mr. Bill English, aerial imagery from our Office of Aviation Safety, Ms. Gwen O'Regan, the editor, Ms. Julie Perot, safety recommendation specialist, Ms. Barbara Check, deputy director in our Office of Research and Engineering, Ms. Darlene Hatchett, director of our Office of Safety Recommendations and Communications, Mr. Steve Blackstone, state and local government affairs coordinator, and Dr. Ryan Smith, who's graciously agreed to help us with our visuals today. The presentation will begin with an investigation overview by the acting investigator in charge, Mr. Dennis Collins.
Good morning, Chairman Sumwalt, Vice Chairman Landsberg, and members Homnedy, Chapman, and Graham. Staff has prepared several presentations on the investigation of this crash, and I will begin with an overview of the investigation. On Saturday, October 6, 2018, at about 1:55 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a 2001 Ford Excursion XLT sport utility vehicle that had been altered into a stretch limousine was traveling southbound on New York State Route 30, or NY30, in Schoharie County, New York. The limousine, which was operated by Prestige Limousine and Chauffeur service, was occupied by a 53-year-old driver and 17 passengers. It was traveling from Amsterdam, New York to Cooperstown, New York, with several unscheduled stops. The route of the limousine is shown on the map in blue. NY30, from its intersection with NY7 to the crash location, consisted of approximately 1.8 miles of rural rolling terrain with frequent changes in vertical grade and numerous curves. The route followed by the limousine is indicated by the red arrows. The posted speed limit on NY30 in the area was 55 miles per hour, and the traffic in the direction of travel of the limousine was controlled by a stop sign at the T intersection with NY30A. The next three slides show the crash scene and the vehicles. I will briefly pause to allow those who may find these images upsetting to look away. As the limousine approached the T intersection, it did not stop. Instead, at what a witness described as a high rate of speed, it crossed NY30A and entered the driveway of a restaurant parking lot. The limousine struck an unoccupied 2015 Toyota Highlander parked adjacent to the driveway. The area of impact between the limousine and the Toyota is shown by the yellow star. Two pedestrians near the SUV were struck by it when it was forced forward by the limousine. The final rest position of the Toyota is shown by the smaller red circle on the right. The limousine continued across the edge of the driveway into a ravine where it struck an earthen embankment and several trees. The final rest position of the limousine is shown by the larger red circle on the left. As a result of the crash, 20 people died, including all 18 limousine occupants and both the struck pedestrians. These pictures show the damage to the Ford Excursion. On the left is a view from the front driver's side corner. On the right is an overhead view of the front of the limousine. These two images show the damage to the Toyota Highlander. On the left is an overhead view of the vehicle. On the right is an image of the driver's side of the vehicle generated from three-dimensional scanning data. Anyone who stepped away or looked away can now return to the presentation. This slide lists the NTSB staff involved in the investigation of this crash and the development of the report. This slide lists the NTSB staff that made this virtual board meeting possible. This slide lists the parties to the investigation. Staff identified the following safety issues in this crash: inadequate brake system maintenance, vehicle alteration affecting compliance with applicable federal motor vehicle safety standards, drivers falsifying medical histories in medical certification examinations for commercial driver's licenses, and ineffective state oversight of intrastate motor carrier operations. With respect to occupant protection, the final report being discussed today briefly summarizes a safety recommendation report issued on September 13th, 2019, which described the insufficient occupant protection systems in the limousine at the time of the crash. Occupant protection is not the subject of a presentation today. The remaining presentations today will cover highway factors, including improvements to the road, its geometry and postage signage, vehicle factors, including modification of the limo, its mechanical condition, and maintenance of the vehicle, the NTSB brake study, which examines the effect of alterations on the performance of an as-designed, maintained brake system, human performance factors, including driver medical histories and toxicology, and motor carrier factors, including the registration process, the 2 types of state inspections, and Prestige's lack of operating authority. This concludes the overview. Mr. Bob Squire has the next presentation on highway factors.
Good morning. My presentation will focus on the highway environment aspects of this collision. Primarily, I'll discuss the final leg of the highway traveled by the limousine, which covered approximately 1.8 miles of New York 30 between the intersections of New York 7 to the north and New York 38 to the south. I'd like to add that the team subsequently examined the highway geometry and traffic control along the limousine's route preceding this final segment of New York 30 as part of the brake simulation study that will be discussed later. In my presentation, I'll discuss certain aspects of the final segment of New York 30 to include the historical improvements in realignment, highway geometry, such as vertical and horizontal alignment, signage and marking, and highway user metrics, including crash history. The final segment of New York 30 traveled by the limousine is roughly oriented north and south, with 1 lane of travel in each direction. Passing is limited to areas with sufficient sight distance. Around 1977, during the construction of Interstate 88, the northern end of New York 30, covering just over a mile in length, was reconfigured. The original configuration is presented by the dashed yellow line. In 2011, the intersection with New York 30A was reconfigured. The original configuration, is depicted by the dashed yellow line near the lower left corner of the image, included a sharp curve and skewed intersection with New York 30A, the posed restriction to intersection sight lines, as well as an increased crash rate. The 2011 reconfiguration included creating a right angle intersection and flattening of the curve for New York 30 south of the intersection. The reconfiguration improved lines of sight and intersection safety. Along the final segment of the highway, there are 4 discernible curves. Traveling southbound, the limousine would encounter 1 rightward curve and 3 leftward curves. The curves are separated by long tangent segments ranging in length from 1,100 to 2,000 feet. The posted speed limit was suitable for the radii and super elevation of the curves. This segment of New York 30 included 13 changes in grade that ranged from less than 1% to just over 11%, all descending in the southbound direction. The more significant portion of the descending grade in the southbound direction ranged between 5 and 11% and began just over 1 mile north of the New York 30A intersection. Our analysis revealed that without any effective braking, the limousine could attain a speed in excess of 100 miles per hour as it reached the intersection solely by coasting down the grade. These results are consistent with the data from the limousine's airbag control module and post-impact travel of the vehicles. Absent unknown driver inputs, these results indicate that effective braking likely did not exist once the limousine began traveling down the grade. The highway segment had a posted speed limit of 55 miles an hour. Intersection traffic control consisted of an oversized 36 by 36 inch stop sign and a 24-inch wide painted stop line. A stop ahead sign preceded the stop sign. The intersection stopping sight distance exceeded minimum recommendations. The changes in vertical and horizontal alignment were appropriately signed with hill warning signs and curve warning signs. Trucks have been restricted from traveling in a southbound direction since 2015, and multiple signs were posted near and in advance of the intersection with New York 7. Signage along the highway was adequate, appropriately placed, and exhibited no deficiencies. Regarding traffic, a 2016 New York State DOT study reported the annual average daily traffic volume on New York 30 north of the intersection as 650 vehicles northbound and 707 vehicles southbound. A 2018 study identified the 85th percentile travel speed at 58 miles per hour. A 5-year crash history covering a 1-mile radius around the New York 30-30A intersection reported no fatalities. A total of 4 crashes were identified as having occurred at the intersection. 1 crash was coded as a stop sign violation. A second crash involved a left-turning vehicle from New York 30A, and the remaining 2 crashes involved single vehicles. 7 crashes were reported on New York 30 north of the intersection, with all those involving a single vehicle. 1 crash involved a pedestrian, 4 involved an animal strike, and 2 involved a vehicle that impacted a ditch or an embankment due to snow or ice. In summary, early realignment of the New York 30-30A intersection improved the intersection sight lines and safety. The highway segment between New York 7 and New York 30A was adequately and appropriately marked and signed. No highway deficiencies related to this crash were identified. Evaluation of certain highway user metrics revealed no issues for concern. This concludes my presentation, and Mr. Bergonier will now present on vehicle factors.
Good morning. In this presentation, I will discuss the alteration of the 2001 Ford Excursion SUV into a limousine. I will also address the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA, requirements for alterers and Ford's Qualified Vehicle Modifier, or QVM, guidance regarding the alteration of their vehicles. Finally, I will discuss the mechanical condition and the maintenance performed on the limousine in the months leading up to the crash. The Ford Excursion was originally purchased in March 2001. The factory frame was cut in 2 and an additional 144 inches of frame rail added. This stretched the wheelbase of the vehicle from 137 inches to 281 inches, making the overall length of the vehicle approximately 30 feet. The increase in length allowed the seating capacity to be increased from 8 to 18 occupants, including the driver. The gross vehicle weight rating, or GVWR, is defined as the sum of the unloaded vehicle weight, the cargo load, and the passenger capacity. According to inspection documents, the limousine's GVWR was increased from 8,600 pounds to 13,080 pounds. NHTSA requires all manufacturers and companies altering vehicles to be registered with the agency. 21st Century Coachworks, the company that performed the alterations on the involved limousine, was not registered. This company has since gone out of business. NHTSA also requires that alterers assume legal responsibility for Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, or FMVSS, certification for the altered vehicle. A label certifying compliance with the FMVSS standards, along with the completion date, the gross vehicle weight rating, and the gross axle weight rating, is to be affixed to the vehicle. This certification label was not located on the involved limousine post-crash. However, pre-crash inspections performed on the limousine while under different ownership do indicate the label was present during those inspections. Staff has proposed a recommendation to the National Limousine Association that they inform their members of the importance of ensuring altered vehicles pass a structural and mechanical safety inspection. In addition, members should confirm that a certification label is affixed to the vehicle. In 1989, Ford Motor Company developed a Qualified Vehicle Modifier, or QVM, program to provide guidance to modifiers when working with Ford vehicles. Other manufacturers have similar programs. This is a voluntary program for modifiers and alterers and there is a multi-phase approval process for potential manufacturers to participate. Adhering to the QVM program ensures the final product meets Ford engineering parameters. All QVM manufacturers are still responsible for the FMVSS certification and safety performance of their products. 21st Century was not a QVM participant. Ford determines which of their models are allowed to be altered under the QVM program. The 2001 Excursion was one of the approved models, and Ford provided alteration guidance to QVM modifiers. Ford issued Excursion QVM guidance in July 2001, which limited the wheelbase stretch to 120 inches, the occupant capacity to 10, and the maximum GVWR at 9,900 pounds. Additional updated Excursion QVM guidance was issued in December 2002, which limited the wheelbase stretch to 140 inches, the occupant capacity to 15, and the maximum GVWR at 11,000 pounds. The crash-involved limousine exceeded all three limitations. The wheelbase had been stretched 144 inches, the occupant capacity increased to 18, and the GVWR set at 13,080 pounds. However, all Ford QVM guidance was issued after the involved limousine had already been altered and was in service. Pre-crash, the limousine was in very poor mechanical condition. Due to restrictions placed on NTSB investigators by the Schoharie County District Attorney's Office, we were unable to perform our normal comprehensive component function testing. Investigators were allowed a visual-only brake component inspection 7 months after the crash. To address issues caused by these access limitations, the NTSB commissioned a brake study, which will be discussed in detail in the next presentation. The brake system was corroded and portions of it potentially unserviceable. Pictured here is the corroded steel hydraulic brake line leading to the rear of the limousine. The brake line was also crimped, which would have restricted the amount of fluid able to flow through to the right rear brake. In addition, parts of the line were coated in brake fluid, indicating a leak. The limousine has split front-rear braking system, which would have enabled the front brakes to function despite the condition of the rear brakes. The limousine chassis was also severely corroded throughout. Several of the structural support members connecting the body to the frame were nearly deteriorated through. This image of the underside of the limousine shows one of the holes in the floorboard. The interior carpet can be seen through the opening. No maintenance documents were provided to NTSB investigators by either Prestige Limousine or by the New York State Police. NTSB investigators located a maintenance facility, Mavis Discount Tire, where repair work had been conducted on the limousine. Documents provided by Mavis show the limousine was serviced 4 times between September 2016 and May 2018. Repairs to the right rear brake were documented in September 2016. In May 2018, at the owner's request, the brakes were checked by Mavis and records indicate the left rear brake was repaired. There was no record of the front brakes being serviced. In summary, while some manufacturers provide guidance with regards to alterations to their vehicles, this limousine had been altered to an extent outside these recommendations before the guidance was issued. NHTSA requires alterers to register with the agency, but the company that altered the involved limousine was not registered. No FMVSS certification label was located on the limousine. The limousine was in poor pre-crash mechanical condition and had been inadequately maintained. This concludes my presentation. Mr. Shane Lack has the next presentation to discuss the results of the brake study.
Good morning. In this presentation, I'm going to discuss the results of the brake performance study conducted as part of this investigation. The vehicle involved in this accident was a 2001 Ford Excursion, which had been altered into a limousine. As a result of the alterations, the estimated weight of the limousine at the time of the accident exceeded the gross vehicle weight rating of the Ford Excursion, which was 8,600 pounds, by approximately 5,000 pounds. The brake system did not appear to be upgraded from the design used on the original Ford Excursion. No evidence was found during the investigation that the limousine or its brake system had ever been certified to the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard 105 requirements at the accident weight. Following the accident, there were concerns that the additional weight from the alterations would have exceeded the design capacity of the original excursion brake system, and that even with properly functioning brakes, the limousine would not have been able to safely negotiate the accident route. The primary objective of the brake performance study was to estimate whether the limousine, with properly functioning brakes, would have had sufficient braking capacity to have safely negotiated the accident route and stopped at the bottom of the State Route 30. The study was not intended to recreate the accident braking, but to examine what would have been possible had the brakes been properly functioning and the vehicle driven safely over the accident route. The brake components used in the study were the Ford recommended original equipment brake components specified for the unaltered excursion. These are the brake parts you would get if you went to a Ford authorized distributor and purchased brake components based on the vehicle identification number from the limousine. Original equipment brake parts were chosen for the study because they best represent the level of performance that Ford intended for the unaltered excursion. The NTSB's access to the accident vehicle brakes was very limited, and as a result, the brakes could not be tested. We do know that the accident brakes contain several non-OE replacement brake components. Non-OE replacement brake components and brakes that are improperly maintained may sometimes fail at lower temperatures than properly functioning OE brakes. Because of this, until the accident brake components are tested, the correlation between the accident brakes and those used in the testing is unknown. To determine how the additional weight from the alterations would have affected the braking, the NTSB contracted with Greening Testing Laboratories to conduct testing. The brake performance study consisted of two parts. The first part of the study consisted of full-scale vehicle tests conducted using an exemplar Ford excursion at the Nevada Automotive Test Center. The weight of the exemplar excursion in the test was increased to match the weight of the accident vehicle. In this portion of the study, the FMVSS 105 fade and recovery and stopping distance requirements were used as a baseline to evaluate the performance of the brake system. FMVSS 105 is a Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard which addresses hydraulically braked vehicles with GVWRs of greater than 7,716 pounds, which would include the unmodified excursion in the limousine. It contains a set of performance requirements which a vehicle must meet in order to be certified. Because the tests were intended as a performance baseline and not for certification, not all portions of the FMVSS 105 requirements were performed in the study. The second part of the study consisted of dual-end inertia brake dynamometer testing, which was used to simulate vehicle braking behavior over the accident route. Due to safety concerns, it was not possible to drive an exemplar vehicle over the accident route to test the brakes. To evaluate the braking of the limousine along the route, a series of simulations were performed using a dual-end inertia brake dynamometer at the Greening Testing Laboratories. A dual-end brake dynamometer is a brake dynamometer in which a front and rear brake assembly of a vehicle can be tested together to simulate a vehicle. The route modeled in the simulations included the portion of the route from where the limousine first entered I-90 to the crash site. In total, more than 30 miles of the limousine's route prior to the crash were modeled. The road profile used in the simulations is shown in the figure. In the simulations, the effect of the road grades along the route were modeled by adding or subtracting energy by applying torque through the drive motor on the dynamometer. The portion of the route modeled in the simulations included two long descents that occurred prior to the crash. In the simulations, the speed limit and warning signs along the route were identified and used to control speed. Complete stops were made at all stop signs and signalized intersections along the route. The primary issue addressed in this study was whether the limousine with properly functioning brakes would have had sufficient braking capacity to have safely negotiated the accident route and stopped at the bottom of the New York State Route 30 downgrade. Here, properly functioning brakes means brakes with performance equivalent to the Ford recommended OE brakes for the unaltered excursion. The results of the full-scale testing and the simulation show that with properly functioning brakes, the limousine would have had sufficient braking capacity to have safely negotiated the accident route and stopped at the bottom of New York State Route 30 downgrade. The results of the study further indicate that with properly functioning brakes, the limousine at the accident weight would have been able to meet all the FMVSS 105 fade and recovery and stopping distance requirements, with one exception, which was the inoperable power boost stopping distance requirement. In summary, while there is no evidence that the limousine had ever been certified as meeting the FMVSS 105 requirements at the accident weight, the results of the brake study support that with properly functioning and maintained brakes, the limousine would have had sufficient braking capacity to have safely negotiated the accident route and stopped at the bottom of the State Route 30 downgrade. This concludes my presentation. Mr. Collins will now discuss the human factors portion of the investigation.
I will now present on human performance and driver medical histories in CDL medical exams. First, I will discuss human performance factors excluded as causal or contributory in this crash. Then I will discuss the medical histories provided by drivers as part of the commercial driver medical examination. I will discuss the driver's use of marijuana in the context of his occupation as a commercial driver. And finally, I will discuss the results of toxicological testing performed on samples from the driver. Through investigation, staff was able to exclude several human performance factors as either causal or contributing to this crash. Those are the driver's experience or familiarity with the limousine, alcohol impairment or fatigue, cell phone use, and weather conditions. In the United States, drivers of vehicles that require a commercial driver's license or CDL must select one of four possible categories describing how they will operate. This selection determines what medical certification requirements they must meet. The limousine driver, identified as a non-accepted interstate driver, which made him subject to federal US DOT or US Department of Transportation medical examination programs. The exam begins with a driver completing a health history section, which asks, among other things, if the driver has had surgery, takes any prescription or over-the-counter medications, has any of several specific medical conditions, or has used or been dependent on illegal substances. Drivers certify the information they provide is accurate and complete, and acknowledge submitting fraudulent or intentionally false information may invalidate the exam and subject them to civil or criminal penalties. In his most recent CDL medical exam, the limousine driver indicated he had no medical conditions, was not taking any medications, and had not used illegal substances. By doing so, he purposely omitted pertinent information about his medical history. At the time of the exam, the driver had several diagnosed medical conditions and was taking several prescription medications. Medical examiners base certification decisions on two things. One, objective data from a physical examination, and two, the self-disclosed information on health history, medications, and alcohol or illegal drug use. Omissions, like those by the driver, eliminate information the examiner cannot obtain in any other way and prevents a complete evaluation of the driver's health. Staff concludes the driver's omissions prevented accurate assessment of his fitness to safely transport passengers in a commercial motor vehicle. However, many medical conditions, including some of the drivers, are only potentially disqualifying. Certification depends on factors such as condition stability, treatment effectiveness, and side effects. An examiner may certify it for the maximum of 2 years, a shorter time, or disqualify the driver completely based on their assessment. Given the driver's omissions, staff concludes that it cannot be determined whether the driver would have been medically certified to drive a limousine had he fully disclosed his medical history. The problems associated with commercial driver medical certification are well known to the board. In just the past 5 years, the issue has been addressed in at least 4 NTSB investigations: the motor coach crash in Loxley, Alabama, the grade crossing crash in Crozet, Virginia, a school bus crash in Baltimore, Maryland, and a school bus crash in Anaheim, California. Citing an 11% rise in large bus and truck fatal crashes, the U.S. DOT Office of Inspector General opened an audit in February of 2019 to evaluate the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, or FMCSA's, procedures for the oversight of its medical program, including the quality of commercial driver medical certificate data. The results of this audit are not yet available, but are expected around the end of this year. The Office of Highway Safety intends to gather stakeholders for a workshop on the medical oversight of commercial drivers in 2021. Given both the audit and workshop will likely be highly beneficial in terms of identifying specific improvements to be made, staff is not proposing recommendations in this area at this time. Investigation also indicated the driver used marijuana. The FMCSA prohibits the use of Schedule I substances, including marijuana, by commercial drivers and does not make exceptions for legal, recreational, or medicinal use. The driver's use of marijuana would have disqualified him from medical certification. FMCSA guidance to medical examiners states specifically that a commercial driver should not be certified if the driver uses marijuana, even if the state permits medicinal or recreational use of the drug. The guidance further states that certification may require successful completion of a drug rehabilitation program as required by a substance abuse professional. Staff concludes the limousine driver would not have been medically certified to drive a limousine had he disclosed his history of marijuana use during medical certification. Tissue samples from the driver were sent to the Federal Aviation Administration's Forensic Sciences Laboratory for analysis. Tissues were analyzed because limited blood was available. No alcohol was detected. However, 3 of the driver's prescription medications, the primary psychoactive chemical of marijuana, and some of marijuana's psychoactive metabolites were found. However, the levels of these substances in body tissue samples cannot be correlated to levels in a person's blood, and therefore to a level of impairment. So a level of impairment, if any, cannot be determined. Staff concludes that although toxicology tests detected evidence of marijuana and prescription drug use by the limousine driver, insufficient information was available to determine whether they were at levels that would have impaired his ability to respond to the emergency situation. In summary, staff was able to exclude experience, vehicle familiarity, alcohol, fatigue, cell phone use, and weather as factors in this crash. The driver did not accurately report his medical history, including his medications, conditions, or drug use. The omissions in his medical history prevented the examiner from accurately assessing the driver's fitness. And although prescription medications and THC were found in his tissues, a level of impairment could not be determined. This concludes my presentation. Mr. LaPonte will continue with a presentation on the state oversight of intrastate motor carriers.
Good morning. I will discuss motor carrier factors, including state oversight of intrastate passenger carriers. I will also discuss the motor carrier involved in this crash, Prestige Limousine and Chauffeur service, the improper registration of the limousine with the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles, or DMV, and the improper inspection of the limousine by DMV inspection stations, as well as Prestige's continued operations despite a lack of operating authority. Prestige moved from a taxi operation into limousine operation in 2016. At the time of the crash, they operated a total of 4 vehicles, 3 stretched Lincoln Town Cars and the stretched 2001 Ford Limousine. Their most recent MCS 150 listed 2 drivers. They advertised on the internet under several company names. As I will describe later in the presentation, to transport customers in the 2001 stretch limousine, Prestige was required to properly register the limousine with the Department of Motor Vehicles and obtain operating authority from the Department of Transportation. Prestige never properly registered the vehicle and never obtained operating authority. This picture is a photo of the stretch limousine taken in 2002 when it was owned by the original owner. All vehicles domiciled in the state of New York are registered with and licensed by the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles, or DMV. The limousine had been correctly registered and licensed by the original owner from its entry into New York in 2001 until it was sold to Prestige in 2016. This information was retained in a DMV database. Correct registration of a vehicle is important because registration determines which inspection program it belongs in. Unmodified vehicles with seating less than 15 are inspected by the DMV program. Unmodified vehicles with seating of 15 or more are inspected under the DOT program. Modified vehicles are always placed in the DOT inspection program unless they qualify for one of 13 DOT exemptions. I will discuss the inspection programs in greater detail later in this presentation. As previously stated, the original owner correctly registered the limousine as having a seating capacity of 18, which placed it into the DOT inspection program. After purchasing the vehicle in 2016, Prestige registered it as an unmodified vehicle with a seating capacity of 11, which placed it into the DMV inspection program. In 2017, Prestige registered it as an unmodified vehicle with a seating capacity of 8, again placing it into the DMV program. And in 2018, Prestige registered it as an unmodified vehicle with a seating capacity of 10, making it incorrectly subject to the DMV program for the third time. Staff found no evidence that the DMV was aware of the vehicle being registered multiple times with different seating capacities. Currently, the New York State DMV uses a different definition of a bus than the New York State DOT. The DOT definition of a bus is a vehicle with seating for 10 or more passengers. This is also the same definition used by the federal government. The definition of a bus drives the registration classification of a vehicle, and therefore the inspection program it is subject to. The DMV, using the same definition as the DOT, would close the loophole Prestige used to circumvent stricter safety inspections. Staff is proposing a recommendation to the DMV to adopt the same definition of a bus as the DOT. As previously stated, the vehicle was incorrectly registered with the New York State DMV, which resulted in the vehicle being placed in the wrong inspection program. This slide lists the differences between the two programs. In general, the New York State DOT program is more stringent than the DMV program. DOT inspections are more frequent, occurring every 6 months as opposed to every 12 months in the DMV program. DOT inspections are more comprehensive and are more likely to identify safety defects. DOT inspectors are certified state employees. DMV inspectors are independent contractors. DOT inspections are recorded in detail in an inspection database. The DMV inspections are recorded as a pass-fail. Upon a successful inspection, the DOT program issues a unique decal and a certificate. The DMV program issues only a standard decal. When a vehicle is put out of service, it must be repaired and re-inspected. And as of October 2019, that must occur within 15 days, or the registration can be revoked and the plate seized. When a vehicle passes inspection, it is again issued a unique inspection decal placed on the right side of the windshield, as well as an MC300 certificate maintained by the carrier. Given its incorrect registration, the limousine was inspected 2 times under the DMV program. In July of 2016, it was inspected by Wilton Truck Center. In 2017, it was not inspected, but was re-registered, even though the inspection had been expired. And in May of 2018, just 5 months before the crash, it was inspected by Mavis Discount Tire. In November 2011, the DMV issued guidance in the form of regulatory change to its inspection stations, instructing them not to inspect modified or stretched vehicles without an exemption letter, and instead to refer them to the DOT. The fact that 2 DMV inspection stations inspected the limo despite this guidance demonstrates the DMV does not have an effective oversight of their inspection stations. To the best of staff's knowledge, the DMV did not take any action against stations that prohibited violated the prohibition against inspecting modified vehicles without a DOT exemption letter. In fact, both Wilton and Mavis continue to perform DMV inspections today. Staff is proposing a recommendation to the DMV to establish safeguards to prevent fraudulent registration and more stringent oversight of inspection stations. In addition, staff is proposing that the DMV re-notify state contracted inspection stations that they may not inspect stretch limousines that have a seating capacity of 10 or more. Early in the presentation, I noted that most passenger carriers require operating authority from the state of New York to operate within the state. Among other things, operating authority includes passing fitness standards, compliance reviews, driver monitoring, having a drug testing program, a minimum level of insurance, pre-operation vehicle inspections, and the comprehensive 6-month inspections previously covered. Prestige was required to have operating authority and knew it, having applied for it 3 times in 2016 and once in 2018. All 3 of the applications in 2016 were for Emergency Temporary Authority, or ETA, to cover the prom season. These applications were denied by an email on May 20th of 2016 and by a letter on June 6th of 2016 for being incomplete. Prestige applied again in 2018 for regular operating authority. The application was returned because it was incomplete in a May 3rd, 2018 letter addressed to all 3 companies owned by the family. Prestige never obtained operating authority, yet operated for 3 years and almost 12,000 miles before this crash. Even though Prestige was not referred to the DOT via the registration process, the DOT interacted with and was aware of Prestige. They first became aware of Prestige when the company applied for the 3 ETA permits in 2016 and were denied, and were aware again in 2018 when the company applied for regular authority. Apart from these, the DOT had at least 3 other interactions with the company. In 2017, a DOT investigator found an advertisement for Prestige as a for-hire limousine company. Prestige was issued their first notice of violation, or NOV, for operating without authority. Prestige settled a default judgment of this NOV of $5,000 for $500. In 2018, a DOT investigator saw the limousine parked with improper plates for the vehicle. A second NOV was issued for operating without operating authority. Prestige paid a reduced fine in September after their vehicle registrations were suspended. In August of 2018, a New York State police officer saw the limousine discharging passengers without being properly marked with a DOT number. Prestige did not have one at that time. NOV number 3 was issued for not having the DOT number and for using a driver without a passenger endorsement on his commercial license. The driver cited for not having the passenger endorsement was placed out of service. This was the driver involved in the Schoharie crash. This last NOV is still outstanding. The DOT had at least 7 opportunities to prevent Prestige from operating without authority. 4 denied and returned applications, and 3 NOVs were not sufficient to deter Prestige from operating. The vehicle was placed out of service 3 times. None of these times included follow-up by the DOT to verify the out-of-service violations had been corrected or repaired. Audits performed by the New York State Comptroller in 2003 and again in 2014 showed the same issue, that the DOT did minimal follow-up to ensure out-of-service violations were repaired. Staff is proposing a recommendation to require the DOT to implement the key recommendations from the 2014 report addressing vehicle repair certification and improved carrier compliance, as well as progressive enforcement for continued operation of vehicles that were out of service. Staff believes that verifying the out-of-service issues for intrastate carriers is not unique to New York and is in fact a national issue. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, or FMCSA, has experience in dealing with interstate out-of-service drivers and vehicles and making sure deficiencies are corrected through the MICSAT program. Staff believes that after a study to determine the extent of the problem nationwide, the FMCSA can provide best practices to address and mitigate this issue at the state level, and is proposing a recommendation to the FMCSA that they provide guidance and best practices to states to improve carrier compliance with state-issued out-of-service orders. Based on the available information on state efforts to address the issue of vehicles and drivers continuing to operate after being cited for serious out-of-service violations. As a result of the crash, several regulatory changes were made, both by executive and legislative action, to address issues highlighted by this crash. One change was to clarify the DMV's authority to revoke the registrations of non-compliant vehicles. Both the DOT and the New York State Police indicated post-crash they did not have clear authority to take these steps to prevent the carrier from operating. The DMV's authority to issue penalties to inspection stations that inspect prohibited vehicles was also clarified. Another change was to allow the DOT to revoke the registration and seize the plates of a vehicle placed out of service and not repaired and re-inspected within 15 days. Fines for operating without authority and violating safety regulations were also increased. In summary, there were several missed opportunities and failures of oversight that allowed Prestige to continue to operate. The DMV failed to verify the registrations forms were accurate, allowing the company to circumvent the DOT process. The DMV failed to oversee their contract inspection stations, allowing them to violate regulations and inspect stretched vehicles. The DOT's NOV system failed to keep Prestige from operating without authority, and the DOT failed to verify that the out-of-service violations that were reported had been repaired. FMCSA can provide best practices to the states to address the problem of out-of-service violations not being repaired. This concludes the presentations. Staff is prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for those presentations. And again, I want to thank the staff for a very comprehensive investigation. We will begin with board member questions, and we will do 5-minute rounds. We'll begin with the vice chairman, and just for planning purposes, we'll probably take a break after the first round. So shortly before 11 o'clock, we should be taking a break. But for now, vice chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems Prestige Limousine might be defined by some as a bad actor. Did I understand correctly that every one of their vehicles was clearly tagged as out of service?
Yes, sir. Following the crash, they had other vehicles that were seized or secured by the state police, and in inspecting them post-crash, they were also determined to have out-of-service violations.
Were they out of service prior to the crash? Do you know that? The other vehicles?
I do not, sir, but I will defer to Mr. LaPonte on that subject.
Yes, the DOT inspected the other vehicles as well at the same time they inspected the stretch limousine in March and again in September, and there were out-of-service violations discovered on those vehicles as well.
Okay, well, Mr. LaPonte, since I have you here, as I read the report, it seemed like there was something like 32 interactions between Prestige Limo and the New York State DOT dating back to May of 2016. And it seems that there were lots of repairs that were mandated but weren't done. Do you have any sense as to why that happened? That seems like a pretty extreme lack of enforcement.
Well, I think that the DOT was trying to abide by their administrative process to get the carrier into compliance. Why they didn't do more, I'm not 100% sure. After the crash, we spoke with them and they stated that they didn't feel they had clear authority to take these vehicles off the highway or disable them in any fashion.
Is that true? Did they have the authority?
Well, it's right after the crash, they went out and the state DOT seized the plates of 59 different vehicles from different companies that were operating by not being in compliance with the regulations. So apparently they had the authority at some level. I don't know if they had it at the base level or the inspector level, if you will, but certainly the commissioners had that authority to make those decisions and instruct the state police to seize those license plates after the fact.
What actions, if any, were taken by New York State after their own IG audited the DOT's inspection program in 2003 and then again in 2014, and it failed both times? Do we have any sense of why they didn't do anything?
No, we don't, sir, at this time.
How will New York ensure the completion of mandated repairs going forward? I noticed that you said they had made some significant changes, but I'd like to be sure.
Well, if the vehicles that are in the bus inspection program that are overseen by DOT, those vehicles are re-inspected and repaired, or they're kept out of service and ultimately the registration and the plates are pulled. The bigger problem is on roadside inspections to ensure that those repairs are made. So if the state of New York adopts our recommendation that they step up their enforcement of out-of-service violations and confirming that they're repaired, hopefully that will catch more of the repairs or ensure more repairs are made prior to these vehicles being used again.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, this limo was registered properly as a stretch limo by the two previous owners with the DMV. Is that correct?
That is correct. From the time it was first brought into the state until it was sold to Prestige.
So, do they not have computers there?
I believe they do, sir, and that information, to the best of our knowledge, was in the database.
Yeah, my question obviously is, how could it miraculously revert back from an 18-passenger vehicle to a 10-passenger vehicle and nobody would notice?
They never verified the information on the registration form when it was submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my questions for this round.
Great, thank you very much. And we will now go to Member Hammond.
Thank you very much. I do want to take a second and just thank the staff for what I thought was probably the best presentation, the most thorough presentation since I've been on the board. This was a complex investigation with a lot of a lot involved, and I just thought you all did an excellent job. I do want to thank Dennis in particular, because I know it must not be easy to pick up an investigation as an IIC in the middle of the investigation. I think you took over for Pete Katowski, who had retired. So thank you very much. Normally, I like to walk through an accident investigation so that the public who has not had the opportunity to look at to see our draft report, so they understand all the issues. But I thought you did such a great job just talking about all the problems with Prestige. So I'm going to run down a couple of questions just to clarify. So Mr. LaPonte, if you can, these questions are for you, if you could just answer yes or no. Was Prestige ever authorized to transport passengers in the state of New York?
No, it wasn't.
Were they told repeatedly that they should obtain that authority from New York?
Yes, they were.
Did they falsify information with the DMV and register the vehicle as a passenger vehicle, thereby avoiding more rigorous oversight by DOT?
Yes, they did.
Did they falsify information on the registration documents on the seating capacity in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, they changed it to 11, down to 8, back to 10. And by the way, 2 days before the crash, they put it up for sale and listed the seating capacity as 18. While operating as a passenger vehicle illegally, they were required to get an annual inspection in 2016, 2017, and 2018. Did they get an annual inspection in each of those years?
They got one in 2016 and 2018 by the DMV, not the DOT.
Right, and so they let their vehicle operate with expired inspection for 10 months. At some point, they even switched their license plate on the vehicle, I assume to avoid detection by by the New York DOT, who had been after them for some time. Did they ever apply to FMCSA for a US DOT number?
They finally did on August 29th of 2018.
2 years after they were operating, actually over 2 years. Did the driver know he was operating without a passenger endorsement?
Yes, he did.
Did the company know?
Yes, it did.
And so I find, I mean, their actions were egregious and with no regard for safety whatsoever, for their safety of their employees, for the safety of their passengers, and I find that they were deceptive. And here's why I'm asking this. I'm a mom, and I would be incredibly proud of my daughter if she took the time to hire a limousine company for a birthday party to go to a winery and thereby avoiding any drinking and driving issues. That's responsible. So how do you, as a individual living in New York or any other state, assure that you're hiring somebody who's safe? What actions can you take?
Well, the state of New York, after this crash, has put in a website called Safe Limo New York, which lists what you should look for when you're renting a limousine. Other states have similar programs, but it takes a lot of work on the part of the consumer to ferret out a good operator from a shady operator, and it is a lot of work.
Yeah, and I know that FMCSA has a safer system. There's look before you book for some passenger operators, bus operators, but it does take a lot of work and is very difficult. And so with that, I do have additional questions, but I started my timer a little bit late, so I will hold those. Thank you.
Member Halmody, thank you very much. Good line of questioning, and we'll now go to Member Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by stating that my heart and prayers are with the families and friends of the victims. I cannot imagine the pain of losing a loved one to this senseless, preventable tragedy. 17 young people made the smart, safe decision to arrange for sober transportation when celebrating. They put their trust and safety into a system designed to protect them, and it failed. As the team has outlined and the board's questions will demonstrate, there's more than one bad actor here. Prestige Limousine illegally registered the crash limousine, knew it was in poor mechanical condition, and on Saturday, October 6, 2018, put 17 passengers and a driver in a limousine that had been placed out of service for safety deficiencies, including brake violations. Mavis Discount Tire knowingly inspected and certified the safety of the crash limousine, contrary to the New York State DMV's policy prohibiting inspection of altered vehicles. And the New York State DOT's inspections in 2018 alone found 31 safety violations, 7 out of service violations, and issued several notices of violations to Prestige for transporting passengers without authority. However, despite broad authority to confiscate the license plates, the New York Department of Transportation reinstated the crash limousine's registration 1 month prior to the accident, even though Prestige still had not applied for or received operating authority to transport passengers. Each layer of protection designed to stop Prestige Limousine and this tragedy from occurring failed. In safety risk management, there's a model of defenses called the Swiss cheese model that outlines how a loss from a hazard can be prevented with additional layers of protection. In this model, a loss can theoretically only occur when the holes in each layer perfectly align. Leading up to this tragedy, the layers of protection were in place, but each one had gaping holes. My fervent hope is that the board's questions in this final report will clearly demonstrate that Prestige Limousine, Mavis Discount Tire, and the state of New York failed to protect 20 innocent lives. I'd like to start my questions with on March 21st, 2018, the New York State Department of Transportation investigated the crashed limousine. How many violations did they find on that day?
They found 14 when they, on the stretch limousine itself.
Okay, so they found 14 violations, and how many of those 14 violations, how many of them were out of service violations?
I believe 4 of them were.
4 out of service violations, and specifically, the inspection identified that more than 25% of the brakes were out of service and found a vice grip on the left rear hydraulic brake line. So, generally speaking, why would somebody put a vice grip on the left rear hydraulic brake line?
Well, I would think Mr. Begonia could answer that better than I could. I mean, I have some theories, but I'm not a vehicle maintenance guru.
So generally speaking, when somebody places a device like that on a brake line, especially a hydraulic brake line, it's because there was a leak on that left rear brake, and so they clamped the hydraulic line off, leading to that brake, so that the brake fluid would not leak out, and it would keep the brake fluid in the system for the other 3 brakes. Okay.
So when did Prestige repair that left rear brake?
I believe that it was the in 2018. I believe it was in May of 2018.
Yeah, May of 2018, May 11th. So from at least March 21st to May 11th, Prestige operated the limo without the left rear brake.
Theoretically, yes.
Theoretically, at least. Probably yes. Longer than that, because we don't know when that was put on, the vice grip was put on. So
exactly.
What a heinous disregard for safety Prestige had. And I see my time is up. It was not as if a tragedy would occur. It's just a matter of when. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Member Graham, thank you. And Member Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I join in expressing profound sympathy to those who lost loved ones. The circumstances of this crash are especially tragic, and they are perplexing. More than 37,000 lives are lost annually in motor vehicle crashes, and much of our advocacy work at NTSB is focused on the areas we see as most likely to improve safety and help address the staggering number of lives lost on our highways. But this crash doesn't fall within any of those areas of focus. It's not a speeding related crash, despite the limousine's high rate of velocity resulting from the failure of the brake system. There are questions regarding failure to disclose marijuana use. Still, alcohol or drug impairment don't appear to be factors, nor was distraction, nor was the absence of collision avoidance systems. Neither fatigue nor undiagnosed sleep apnea were involved. And while better occupant protection is an issue for discussion, the severity of the crash limits the lessons to be learned. These are areas of typical concern for us, and yet they were not significant factors in this crash. No, this is about callous irresponsibility. It's about knowingly operating a limousine in poor mechanical condition. It's about operating a vehicle that had recently been placed out of service for safety deficiencies. And it's about exploiting gaps resulting from ineffective government regulation and enforcement. Without having operating authority from the state of New York, Prestige Limousine provided intrastate passenger carrier services from June 2016 until the date of the crash on October 6, 2018. The New York DOT apparently had extensive interactions with the company and warned Prestige more than 15 times that it was operating without authority. My question is, did the New York DOT take or attempt any action to impound Prestige Limousine's vehicles or to confiscate vehicle license plates?
Not that we are aware of.
And it was mentioned earlier that following the accident, there was a focused enforcement action as a result of which the New York DOT and the Department of Motor Vehicles suspended the registrations of 59 limousines illegally operating without authority. Law enforcement seized vehicle license plates at the request of the DMV. Am I correct that at the time of this enforcement action, no new legal authority had been provided and that existing authority was apparently sufficient?
Well, the state had not passed the laws addressing that, so yes, you are correct in that, sir.
And so, also following the crash, a new law was passed in New York, specifically authorizing the New York DOT to impound or immobilize stretch limousines that fail safety inspections, placing them out of service, and this clarified that authority. The new law also requires that a failed vehicle must be held until repairs to fix the defect have been scheduled or made and the vehicle has been re-inspected. Do we know the extent to which the state of New York has or will have a suitable mechanism in place to implement this new law?
If the vehicles are in the DOT inspection program, they will be implemented as within that program. The question is whether or not it's and how it's going to be implemented on roadside inspections for vehicles that are not part of that program.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll save my additional questions for the next round.
Member Chapman, thank you very much. So I want to start out by citing some of the United States Code. This is the law, as the Congress has authorized us. It's 49 U.S.C. 1134, inspections and autopsies. And it says that an officer or an employee of the National Transportation Safety Board shall, on display of the appropriate credentials and written notification of inspection authority, may enter property where a transportation accident has occurred or wreckage from the accident is located to do anything necessary to conduct an investigation. So I want to ask questions around that, surrounding that. Mr. Collins, on October the 14th and 15th of 2018, while the New York State Police removed brake components, were NTSB investigators entitled or allowed to participate in that? It's my understanding that they had to remain at least 100 feet away from the vehicle while it was being inspected by New York State Police. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We were asked or instructed to remain behind some barricades, and we could observe from there.
How well can you observe a vehicle being disassembled or being inspected by others. How well can you observe that from 100 feet away?
I was not there and don't have personal experience, but in communicating with the team members, it was very difficult under the conditions to observe much of anything. Only one side of the vehicle was visible, and the remaining portions were not. And again, as you've indicated, that distance would make observing that work challenging, to say the least.
Could you take any photographs? Could your investigators take photographs?
No, sir, not at that time.
Is it true that at some point during this October the 14th and 15th ordeal that some of the flaps of the tent were actually closed to preclude NTSB investigators from viewing what was going on inside that tent?
Yes, sir. I have heard that the flaps were closed. I do not know why they were closed by the state police in the process of their work, but it is factually correct to say they were closed and moved, and activities took place in areas that our team members could not observe.
Now, to be clear, the flaps weren't closed for the entire time. It was just at certain points. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, sir. Yes, sir.
And the vehicle was being stored under a tent of sorts. Who is it that actually paid to have that tent installed?
The NTSB, sir.
So a tent that the NTSB paid for was used to shield us in certain cases from being able to see what we were at least told we could see from 100 feet away. Let me ask you this. Were your investigators ever able to conduct a functional exam of the motor vehicle components, including the brakes and transmission?
No, sir, we were not.
And why is that?
During the course of the investigation, several key components of both systems were removed from the vehicle and taken into evidence and stored separately. Therefore, we could not perform a functional assessment of them.
They were stored into evidence by whom?
I believe the custodian of the evidence is the New York State Police, sir.
New York State Police. Were your investigators able to test the brake fluid to evaluate for possible contamination or susceptibility to breakdown failure due to overheating?
No, sir, we were not.
Why not?
Again, the indications from the authorities are that there was a limited amount of fluid available, but they secured it and had it tested solely under their auspices.
Thank you. At what point did your investigators have unfettered access to do a thorough examination of the vehicle?
That is a complicated question. We were able to observe the body and frame of the vehicle in January in conditions I would call unfettered. However, again, several key components had already been removed and stored elsewhere or undergone other testing that we were not witnesses or privy to.
Well, thanks. I'm really out of time. I'm just going to wrap it up right here. Dr. Waters, did the Schoharie County coroner provide you with the autopsy report of the driver?
No, he did not, or to the other investigators who had also inquired of the Schoharie County coroner to receive that.
So I'm going to go back to the United States Code that I cited earlier, and as it relates to autopsies, it says with or without reimbursement, the board may obtain a copy of the autopsy report when performed by a state or local official on an individual who died because of a transportation accident investigating by the board under this chapter. So finally, another section of the United States Code says that the NTSB can investigate a highway accident that the board selects in cooperation with the state. And so at this point, I'm going to say that from what I've heard, there was not necessarily a great deal of cooperation from the state. So in the next round, I do want to hear what we were able to do to compensate for the lack of timely access to the vehicle and its components. But for now, we'll be going into a break. A couple of announcements. One, I'd like to encourage everyone to turn off their cameras and their mics as we go into the break. Secondly, for the board members, I'm going to potentially propose an amendment that has not been circulated. I did have Sean Dalton send it out. It is emailed. You can look at it on your phone. You can look at it on your, you can print it out. Either way, it is in your email. He's sending that now. But if you don't feel like looking at it on your phone or printing it, that's okay, because if I do offer the amendment, I will very carefully walk us through what that amendment would look at. So I just wanted to tell you that if you wanted to look at it, you could during the break. So we will take a break right now. We will return at 11:10, and we are in recess. Okay, we are back in session, and we have a procedure whereby the board members time themselves, but in case we forget, which I constantly forget to time myself, Carl Perkins is to raise his hand, but apparently that functionality is not working so well today. So Carl, thank you for your diligent efforts. But if I should forget, like I usually do, board members, don't hesitate to kind of turn on your camera or something to remind me. Anyway, we'll begin with the next round of questions, and Vice Chairman Landsberg, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also note with agreement and concern about it was unfortunate that we did not get the cooperation that I think is required by the United States Code from the state of New York, and I hope that we'll be able to work better with the various states going forward. This complicated the investigation, and I'll congratulate our team for the extra effort. I'm going to ask a few questions in this round about the braking system, because that seems to be where things are focusing. We state in the report that the front braking system should have been sufficient to stop the limo, so the front braking system by itself, and yet it was clearly unable. Do we have any idea on that particular point?
Mr. Vice Chairman, I'll send that question on to Brian Bergonier, who was the vehicle group chairman, and I think he can give you better details than I could.
Thank you.
So, due to the lack of function testing on the front brakes, we're not exactly sure what the problems with those were, but I believe that the testing that we did on the exemplar vehicles showed that had they been in proper working order, they should have been sufficient, but we're not exactly sure why they weren't in this particular case.
You added a very important qualifier there, though, that had they been in proper working condition, and I assume that because of lack of our access to get to them, we couldn't fully ascertain that. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, you are, sir. Okay.
When the vehicle was certified, well, it wasn't actually certified, but post-certification, they said that the front brakes, discs, and rotors were within commercial vehicle standards, and yet the vehicle still couldn't stop. Is that a result not so much of design, even though the vehicle was outside what Ford's qualified motor vehicle program would say, but do we have any sense on that? Again, maybe it's a variation of the same theme.
So yes, the components, the component measurements were within what would have been required by FMCSA on a commercial vehicle, but once again, we're not exactly sure why they did not function as designed.
Okay, so when we conducted an independent test on an exemplar vehicle, how did that test compare to the actual crash? Did we attempt to match the conditions, or was that not possible?
I believe Mr. Lack would be the one to answer that.
The testing was not intended to model the actual crash circumstances. It was intended to determine if it had sufficient braking capacity had he driven safely over the route.
So if the brakes had been working properly, theoretically, the vehicle would have been able to stop.
Correct.
Okay.
And the other aspect of that is he needs to drive safely over the route. So.
And because we did not get access to the vehicle data recorder or something of that nature, we really don't know what speed he was going prior to entering the downgrade or when the brakes failed.
Right, but if he had driven if it was driven in a safe manner, it would have had a buffer, so to speak, an additional braking capacity beyond what was needed just to safely negotiate the route. So.
Okay. So that also, as a result of our lack of access, remains an unknown. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Vice Chairman, you're quite welcome. And Member Hamady.
Thank you very much. So over a period of 1.5 years, Prestige received 3 notices of violations, 14 emails and letters from New York DOT for transporting passengers without operating authority, was fined a total of $7,500, which was reduced to $3,000. I think Prestige only paid $1,000 of that. They received several inspections, which resulted in, I believe, a total of 7 out-of-service violations and 20 non-out-of-service violations. Many of the repairs were not made. They had New York DOT placed a sticker, an out-of-service sticker on the accident vehicle twice, which I assume may have been removed since they continued driving the vehicle, or Prestige continued driving the vehicle. And there was apparently a New York State Department of Transportation intermodal transportation specialist that actually went undercover twice to figure out what was going on. So yet Prestige was allowed to continue operating in violation of the state regulations. So my question is a little bit broader. I mean, one, how much of a problem is this? Because there are other carriers in the state of New York, and how about nationwide?
Well, it is a problem. The extent is actually somewhat unknown, particularly in this niche. Limousines are not used every day. It's more of a niche transportation. You know, after the crash, they discovered and seized the plates on 59 vehicles in the state of New York. My experience in the state of Washington, we had several limousine companies that were operating under the radar, as it were, that we discovered when I was with FMCSA. The total extent of the problem nationwide is hard to determine, again, because these vehicles are used intermittently. They're used at night. They don't go into way stations. They don't often draw a lot of attention when they're operating. So it's tough to determine how many of these rogue operators are out there.
Thank you. And I want to ask a little bit about, and I saw for those who are interested, our motor carrier factual report, which is in our docket, has a 6-page chart which has extensive information on the interactions between New York State DOT and Prestige, or whatever name they were going by at that time. There was a New York State DOT intermodal transportation specialist that actually, I do have to give this person credit because they did quite a bit of work to raise some safety concerns regarding the operations of Prestige. But it was identified, I believe this person identified Prestige as possibly being a problem just by happening to be at Mavis at the time. And this person saw the vehicle, said, hey, you know, this vehicle Mavis shouldn't be doing inspections on this vehicle. And by the way, I forgot to hit the timer. So if somebody can notify me, maybe the chairman can just pop up when my time is up. But Mavis wasn't supposed to be doing the inspections on this vehicle, and neither was Wilton in 2016. And so one thing I want to ask about, even though they were not supposed to be doing those inspections, what is the difference between an inspection may have given this vehicle and an inspection New York State Department of Transportation would have?
The protocols are different. The DOT inspections are much more comprehensive. They're every 6 months. They're performed by a trained heavy vehicle inspector that are CVSA certified, and they're recorded into the BusNet database. So that's an ongoing system of those inspections and problems with the vehicle being noted. The DMV program is just a pass-fail program, and it's done, for $21 by contract stations. So it's just not going to be as extensive as the DOT program is. And that's why vehicles need to be in the DOT program or get an exemption to be in the DMV program, which is possible. But DOT is the gatekeeper for that process.
And were we able to determine whether Mavis or Wilton did satisfactory inspections of the vehicles? I know there were some issues with seat belts and other components on the vehicle.
No, we were not, because this is the inspections that the DMV do are just a protocol inspection that they go through a list of items they check, and whether they actually perform all of those or not, we're not sure.
Okay, great. I see my time is up. Thank you.
Yeah, you're quite welcome. Thank you. And looks like we've got Carl's hand back working again, so thank you for getting that fixed, Carl. It is hard to conduct rounds and remember to time yourself. So, yeah, we'll go now to Member Graham. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This round of questioning, I'd like to ask some questions about the brake system. The brake system was a split brake system. The master cylinder had two sections, one for the forward brakes and one for the rear brakes. During the visual inspection of the brakes, was fluid observed in the rear brake section of the master cylinder?
So in the crash, the master cylinder was the fluid reservoir was broken off of the master cylinder. So we couldn't really determine anything during the visual inspection of the actual crashed vehicle. However, during the visual inspection 7 months later, there was no fluid present in any of the components at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, we know that the crash was on October 6, 2018. Our visual inspection of the brakes occurred, I believe it was March 23rd of 2019. Were the seized caliper pistons documented prior to the NTSB's visual inspection?
They were, yes, they were documented by the outside expert that the New York State Police had hired to do an inspection of the vehicle. And so the sequence of events was that once those components were removed from the vehicle a few days after the crash, they were put into evidence, and that was then transported to the outside expert's facility out of state, where he took time to go through each component and determine whether or not they were functioning or non-functioning. And so he did note that those pistons were seized in the bores as well.
They were seized. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the brake line. With a corroded and crimped line to the right rear brake, corroded calipers, and a seized pistons, the team can safely say the right rear brake was non-operational. Does the crimp, the corrosion, and leak in the brake line suggest that the fluid was not flowing to the right rear caliper?
I believe so, yes.
I believe so, okay. So did the lack of fluid cause the right rear caliper piston to seize?
That is a possibility.
Okay. On May 11, 2018, Mavis Discount Tire flushed the brakes, and if I'm correct, to properly flush the brakes, Mavis would have had to bleed the right rear caliper. Bleeding the brakes demonstrates that the brake fluid from the master cylinder through the brake line reached the right rear caliper. Assuming Mavis performed maintenance in accordance with the invoice in the docket, can we state that the brake line lost its integrity after May 11, 2018?
I don't know that I would be completely comfortable saying that's the timeline that occurred, but there is a good possibility, yes.
Okay, thank you. The left rear brake however, it was recently replaced on that May 11, 2018, and Mavis Discount Tire replaced the left rear caliper and brake pads, excuse me. The report states that the left rear caliper was corroded with one piston stuck within its bore. How was a factory rebuilt caliper corroded only after 5 months?
Well, it is in the northeast, and so they do have more of a problem in that area of the country with corrosion. But I would agree with where you're going, that it seemed like it was excessive for that period of time. Okay,
and would the corrosion on that caliper, would that have caused the piston to stick within its bore? Could it have?
I don't believe that in and of itself would have.
Okay. Would that piston then stuck in the bore, could that be the possibility that that happened because of a lack of fluid?
Yes.
Okay. So the visual inspection showed the left rear caliper had one piston, one bound piston. Was the second piston functioning?
Well, once again, this was just a visible or visual only inspection, and so we weren't able to actually manipulate the components to see whether or not they were functioning. But the ones that were seized in the bores were still present in the bore, partially extruded.
Okay, so if one of the two was bound, would the other one still function correctly? Do we know that?
There is a possibility, yes.
There is a possibility. Okay, I see I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Graham and Member Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions about verification of, excuse me, verification of out-of-service repairs. The draft indicates that during the first 2 quarters of fiscal year 2018, so this would be the months prior, several months prior to the accident. During the first 2 quarters of fiscal year 2018, only 244 repair verifications were conducted of the 6,059 New York State domiciled operators with out-of-service defects. The draft notes that this number represents just 4% of the operators with defects requiring repair. That's a discouraging bit of information, and it's clear the New York DOT has plenty of work to do. Do we have any way of knowing whether there has been improvement since the crash?
We do not, sir. That's why the staff had made the recommendation that the DOT adopt the results of the audits that the controller had done to increase the level of compliance with out-of-service. Now, all of those out-of-services, by the way, are from roadside inspections under the MICSAP program. They do not count the BusNet program, which is the DOT program. So that's why we're making the recommendation we are, that FMCSA do a study and help the states address this issue with out-of-service violations not being repaired, or at least confirmed that they are repaired prior to the vehicle being utilized again.
Thank you. And with respect to stretch limos, we now have this new law in New York focusing on stretch limos. What will be the impact of the new law passed in New York after the crash with respect to verification of out-of-service repairs?
Well, if the vehicle was in the BusNet program, that verification was always there and was consistent with the vehicle being repaired. The new law just puts more teeth into the tools that the DOT has to ensure that those repairs are made in a timely fashion by the 15-day repair requirement.
So when it comes to verifying required repairs of defects, do we know whether the New York DOT has the resources to ensure better performance? I gather part of what you're saying here is making sure that the vehicle is in the right program in the first place. Are the resources there to perform what's necessary in terms of follow-up?
They are in the BusNet program, we believe, but we're not 100% sure about the roadside programs.
Okay, thank you. And do we know, and I know this is a difficult question to answer, do we know with any precision whether such a low percentage of repair verifications is typical in other states?
I do not know, sir. I haven't done the research to determine those statistics from other states from the FMCSA database.
You mentioned the draft recommendation that we'll consider today. It's directed to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, and it refers to, and I'm quoting here, it refers to providing guidance using, quote, available information from your experience and state's efforts to address the issue of vehicles and drivers continuing to operate after being cited for serious out-of-service violations. Can you elaborate just a little bit on what sort of information you're referencing here? I gather we have a sense of what sort of information FMCSA already has or other states already have. What can you tell us about that?
Well, the states primarily, when they do roadside inspections with scales, and they keep records of the vehicles that they put out of service because of those inspections. And most states have developed methods to ensure that these inspections are repaired prior to the vehicle being used again. Now, some states are more diligent than others, and sometimes it's difficult to do that. So what we're asking in the proposed recommendation is that FMCSA do a survey, come up with the best practices, and then refer those back to the states so those can be applied to intra-state out-of-service violations that are noted due to roadside inspections, and then a follow-up to ensure that those violations are repaired prior to the vehicle being used again. It's easier with driver violations because you have the driver right there. Vehicle violations sometimes are more difficult to follow up and to ensure that they're repaired.
Thank you. That's very helpful, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Member Chapman. And before we went into the break, I mentioned that I wanted to ask staff about what strategies they incorporated to work around the roadblocks that we had. But actually, to tell you the truth, during the break, I thought about it. And during the presentations that staff made, you laid out exactly how you worked around the impediments that we had. And the brake study was very important and was key. Let me ask you this. As it relates to Prestige, the New York State DOT had placed an out-of-service sticker on the windshield of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is correct. On both inspections, when the vehicle was placed out of service, a sticker was placed on the windshield.
Is there any evidence at all that this sticker was still on the windshield at the time of the crash?
It was not, sir.
It was not. So it didn't. This is a pretty solid sticker here. It doesn't just fly off, does it?
No, sir. It was taken off of the windshield prior to the crash.
It was taken off. As far as and thank you, Mr. LaPonte. And so an out of service, an OOS, is it correct that an OOS means it's a condition that conditions that pose an imminent threat to safety? Is that what out of service means?
It depends on out of service means that it's out of compliance with whatever regulation. It may be an imminent threat, and it may not be. So, for instance, a vehicle can be put out of service for not having a DOT number marked on the side. Is that not necessarily an imminent threat, but it does indicate that they are not following the regulations as they're listed. So some are, some aren't.
Okay, thanks. And to be clear, out of service means out of service. You cannot operate that vehicle, or if it's placed on the driver, you cannot operate until that situation has been rectified. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So let's talk about the out of service rate for Prestige. Mr. LaPonte, do you remember what the out of service rate was for vehicles at Prestige?
It was 80%, sir.
And that would compare to the national average of 6.2 And my math, as everyone knows, is never good, but that's about 13 times. Prestige had an out-of-service rate 13 times greater than the national average. And Mr. LaPonte, do you remember what the out-of-service rate was for their drivers?
It was 100%, sir, based on the August 25th inspection that was performed.
And the national average is about 4.2%. That means that their out-of-service rate for the drivers was 25 times that of the national average. So let me ask you this. Member Homendy mentioned, I've only got about a minute and a half. Member Homendy mentioned the importance of the consumer having the right to know. Consumer beware, buyer beware. And I totally agree. And I had about an hour-long conversation with staff yesterday about this, and I'm very concerned about this because I think that's one extra step that needs to be taken. And so I don't know if it's Dr. Poland or Mr. Collins, but what is staff proposing to do to help amplify the importance of buyer beware?
Mr. Chairman, I can start, and of course, if Dr. Poland has anything to add, she could as well. But staff agrees with you. We think one of the best tools for safety here would be consumer knowledge. Consumers should be able to identify safe carriers based on and make a judgment based on their own acceptance of risk. And staff believes that there are several avenues we can use to get that message forward. And apart from the report, which focuses on the circumstances of this crash, we have a few tools at our disposal that we're considering. One would be a safety alert, which the board has issued in the past on topics such as 15-passenger vans, for example. We could do that. We also have a good history of partnering with other safety organizations, such as NHTSA or the National Safety Council, to push message. And we're also exploring ways to get the message out to transportation professionals at the state level, be that through GHSA, the Governor's Highway Safety Alliance, I believe, but the A might be a different letter. In support of that idea, we are considering and pursuing a number of different options to gather information on how someone can choose a good limousine service provider or what things to look out for, and then also to put that information out where it can be more accessible to the public.
Well, thank you very much, because as I've said, I think that's very, very important. A responsible consumer wants to know what he or she is about to get. And I do want to point out that the New York State DOT has what I'm going to consider a very good website. You can go on there, type in the name of a limousine operator. If they're out of service, it will list that. In fact, you don't even have to type the name in. You just look on that and it shows who all is out of service. But furthermore, if you type in a name of a limousine operator, it will tell you what their out of service rate is and important details like that. So we'll go to the third round, and Vice Chairman Bruce Landsberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I have any more questions, but just an observation. In my time at the board here, I have never seen such a series of bad decisions and bad actors and people failing to take responsibility for their actions. Prestige, I can't say enough negative about their disregard for human life. The two state inspectors, contract inspectors, they were professionals. They should have known better. And finally, I think New York has figured out that their DOT and MVA were sorely lacking. They were supposed to be enforcing this, and yet they stood on bureaucratic red tape to say, no, we can't, we don't know, we have a problem. And that's hugely disturbing. And I can only hope that as a result of this crash, that our recommendations are adopted and we can go forward and start to address this across many of the other states. And I know it's hard to know in advance, but I sure hope people are paying attention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Vice Chairman Landsberg, thank you very much. Member Homedy.
Thank you. And I know I've had some feedback here, so I'm actively trying to address it when we're not asking questions. So hopefully it's okay. I wanted to spend a little time asking about the driver and mostly about the medical requirements for CDL drivers. Can Mr. Collins, can you talk about that? What are the medical requirements for CDL drivers?
As we stated in the presentation, they can vary based on the domain in which the driver operates. So as a start, I'll start with this driver. As I said, he identified as a non-accepted interstate driver, which made him subject to US DOT medical examination requirements. And as those put forth by the FMCSA, it's a physical exam. The doctor looks at the various body systems. There's an assessment of hearing and vision. They're looking at blood pressure and pulse, and they also look at the urine for indications of a medical problem. And then also the exam builds on the driver's self-reporting.
Okay. And in this one, he had his last medical exam on September 6, 2017, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's correct.
So in this case, although his medical conditions did not contribute to this accident, he did omit information on his medical conditions. He didn't report prescription medications. He denied use of illegal substances, although we know that he used marijuana. He said he had never had mental health issues, never spent the night in the hospital, and did not have high cholesterol or stomach problems. And based on that false information, he passed. So my question is, what can be done by federal and state regulators to address this? Can you talk a little bit about our past recommendations and what you think can be done to ensure medical examiners have the right information? It seems to be a continual issue that comes up in a number of our investigations, whether it's motor carrier or aviation or some other mode of transportation.
Yes, ma'am. It's definitely a multimodal issue. And here in the highway, it's been an issue virtually as far back as I can remember, predating my time at the board, all the way back to a New Orleans crash in 1999 on Mother's Day to this crash. And the FMCSA has made progress in overseeing the medical process. They've created a registry and training for the providers. They have published guidance to those providers. And so that there have been some improvements, and issues we brought up in the past as a board have been addressed. But the problem remains very complex. There are a lot of truck drivers or commercial drivers who may not be at home or near their primary care physician when they need a medical exam. There are issues of privacy. So in tackling the problem, currently what the Office of Highway Safety is doing is primarily trying to bring together all the stakeholders, which would be the doctors, the drivers, companies, and so forth, and start to take a systematic look at the problem. What are the issues? What are the barriers? And how can we get around them? There has been improvement, as I said, but as this case demonstrates, there's still some work to do. And unfortunately, in all modes of transportation, including highway, there's going to continue to be a certain reliance on self-reporting. So through the stakeholders and through trying to change the perception of the exam and people's opinions on it, we're hoping we can get motion again in the right direction.
And if I can just ask one more question, I know that from the interviews, it seems that he was trying to obtain a medical marijuana card in the state of New York. And so I'm not sure what the process is for that, but my one concern is there any sort of link to, if you are trying to obtain a medical marijuana card and you have a CDL and you're not supposed to be using marijuana if you have a CDL and you're operating, is there any sort of link between the two? Would authorities know this person got the card, or would the person issuing this medical marijuana card know that they shouldn't because this person is a CDL driver?
I did, following this crash, do some digging into New York's medical marijuana program. And to the best of my knowledge, there's no overt or direct link. The process is to go to a medical provider who conducts an assessment. You get a statement of necessity, and then you enter into the state's system for creating and processing the cards and the dispensaries. As far as I could tell in my research, no direct link and no discussion of CDL drivers. I will say that an individual medical provider, were they informed about the CDL profession, could be that link, could say, well, you're a commercial truck driver to their patient and say, what is your plan? Because you can't take the marijuana and drive as well, but there's no overlying link or connection that I could find.
Thank you very much. I do think that's a concern, especially as more and more states legalize marijuana or even legalize it for medical use. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Member Hamady. Member Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go back to the brakes again, if we could. We were talking about the left rear brake in my last line of questioning, and we know the caliper back there, one of the pistons was bound in the bore, and the other one was possibly functional. If one piston was functional, how would that affect the performance of that left rear brake? Do we have any idea?
It would decrease the performance, and it would also cause uneven wear on the brake pad, because only one side of the brake pad would be forcefully in contact with the rotor.
And if I'm correct, I don't believe we found any real wear or scoring on that left rear brake pad, did we?
No, we did not.
We did not. So we're pretty much assumed that the rear brakes were non-operational to all the evidence that we've seen. And because of the split brake system, the limo had two functioning front brakes that we believe failed or lost their effectiveness. So did the visual inspection of the front brake system reveal any mechanical deficiencies?
No, there was a lot of wear on the pads and things like that. However, nothing that jumped out at you through the visual only inspection as far as what you could definitively say this is what caused those brakes to not perform as intended.
And I believe we saw uneven wear on those front brakes, did we not, on the pads? We did. Okay, so we believe the extra burden on the front brakes with the heavy vehicle, the condition of the front brakes, the uneven wear, the corrosion and overheating most likely caused the brakes to fail. These were disc brakes, I believe. At what temperature do disc brakes start overheating?
That's going to be dependent on the brake fluids, the condition of the brake fluid, the components themselves, because certain components would be able to withstand higher temperatures than other components. The OE components, as Mr. Lack pointed out, are designed for generally a higher temperature than maybe an aftermarket component. So that's a hard number to come up with.
Okay. Do we have any idea what we think the temperature of these brakes got to?
Shane?
As far as the accident brakes you're talking about?
Yes.
No, we'd have no way of determining that without testing similar brake materials or something. So
Okay.
we know it was about, we know bluing and stuff, which you see in them, takes place in our tests above 600 or 700 degrees. So we know it had operated probably above that at some point. So.
And we definitely had visual inspections from witnesses at the, I believe, the state police at the scene, smelled overheating brakes, and you did also during the visual brake inspection months later, I believe is correct. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
There was definitely a smell of burned material on the front brakes.
Okay. You brought up the analysis of the brake fluid, and that what would, if we were allowed to analyze the brake fluid, which we were not, what would that have told us?
So the state police did send it to the lab that we would have used to analyze it, and we did get a copy of that report. But I believe that since there was so little brake fluid that was left in the system post crash, that analysis may have been a little lacking in details. But hopefully, one of the things we were really interested in is any of contaminants, maybe particles in the brake fluid, water in the brake fluid, things like that.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to jump away from the brakes for a second. We do know that the driver did steer the vehicle around a stopped vehicle at the intersection that was stopped in front of him. So we know the driver was engaged. Do we have any evidence that he maybe, when he determined he had a brake failure, that he tried to maybe use downshifting or the parking brake to slow the vehicle? And if there is evidence of that, or if there isn't, what would be the effectiveness of trying either one of those to stop a vehicle at the speeds we're talking about?
I can answer that, and if Mr. Bergonier wants to jump in on the brake issue, certainly I'll defer to him. But the short answer is no, sir. We couldn't find any evidence. We did look at things or consider things like downshifting the transmission. Unfortunately, or fortunately for you, if you don't want to damage your transmission, there are interlocks in place so that above particular speeds, moving the handle to shift to a lower gear, say, actually doesn't change anything in the transmission. So the effectiveness of doing that would depend when, where in the process, at what speed the vehicle was, if the driver attempted to take that action. In simple terms, for the emergency brake, again, it would depend. The lower the speed, the more likely it would be effective. But the system is simply not designed to stop the vehicle at a high rate of speed, the parking brake system. We also considered if he had taken other actions, but unfortunately, none of the actions we could conceive or had been suggested in commercial driver manuals, for example, left any evidence that we could locate. Although, as you said, we do know he's engaged and he does avoid that vehicle at the bottom of the hill, we simply don't know where along the hill he became aware there was an issue or what steps he took after that.
Okay. Thank you very much for those answers, and I've exceeded my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're quite welcome, Member Graham, and Member Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just two follow-up questions I want to ask, but before doing so, I want to extend my compliments, join others who have remarked on the excellent work that the staff did on this investigation and in answering questions today. It's been very helpful. Very good work. The survival factor analysis report prepared as part of the investigation indicates that use of the available passenger restraints, especially those at the back of the limousine with lap and shoulder belts, might have mitigated some, some level of injury. Of course, because of the severity of this crash, I gather it likely was not survivable under any circumstances, but the use of restraints might have provided a benefit for a range of other crash scenarios. With that in mind, I wonder if you would comment, please, on what is NHTSA's history of involvement when it comes to regulating in this area, that is, passenger restraints in vehicles similar to this one.
This is Tom Barth. NHTSA has the motor vehicle safety standards, specifically Motor Vehicle Safety Standard 208, which covers a range of vehicles. The limousines fall under the gross vehicle weight rating classification of 10,000 pounds to 26,000 pounds. And so the safety standards that apply to those vehicles apply to the limousine. They do not have regulations specifically for the class of limousines regarding seatbelts and the seats.
So, as I understand it, then the current regulations would not have required and don't require a vehicle such as this to have passenger restraints other than those that are installed as part of the original vehicle, or which might be installed on a voluntary basis, but there's no requirement for the stretch component of a vehicle such as this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Regarding the brake performance study, which was conducted as part of the investigation, an exemplar Ford Excursion vehicle was used at a calculated crash weight of 13,500 some pounds. The weight of the vehicle involved in the accident. While the heavy load was simulated, the extended length of the vehicle was not. Would the placement of the axles or the distance between the two axles have made any difference in terms of the brake performance study?
I'll see if Mr. Begonier can weigh in on that, and failing that, Mr. Lack probably also has a good answer for you, sir.
There is a possibility that an extended brake system like that would have been affected, but keep in mind that this vehicle had been operating on the road for many years prior to this and stopping. So, but I think more specifically, and as far as your question is concerned, I think Mr. Lack would be the go-to guy.
In this case, because the vehicle was pretty heavy, when your wheels are not locking up, the weight on it doesn't matter all that much. I mean, as long as you're not getting lockup. And because the vehicle was heavy, here you can neglect the wheelbase and get a pretty good prediction with it. So,
okay, so simulating the length of the vehicle or not simulating the length of the vehicle likely would not have had any significant impact on the results of the brake performance study. Is that correct?
That is correct. In this case, in other cases it could, but because it was quite heavy and over its over the original GVWR, the Excursion, and the brakes were unlikely to lock up, it might not have as much of an effect. So,
thank you. Mr. Chairman, that's my last question. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Member Chapman. I'll reset my timer. You know, I'm not sure that we've absolutely said in the report. We've got some estimates of the crash speeds, both at the time that it hit the SUV and the time that it went into the ravine. In my opening statement, I said over 100 miles an hour. Have we in this board meeting come up with announced the speeds that we believe this limousine crashed at? I know it's in the report, but I'm not sure the public has heard
it. No, sir, I don't believe we mentioned a specific speed in our presentations. We did the same thing you did with a range of speeds. I believe Mr. Schoharie has some information on our calculations for the actual speed of the vehicle.
Yeah, I think we need to get that out there.
Using we use the crash pulse data from the limousine's restraint control module, and combined with that and the drag of the vehicle coming down the hill and the vehicle weights, and calculated a range of speeds between about 101 miles an hour and 116 miles an hour. And then also looked at methodologies of calculating the post-impact speeds, and that they all corroborated. So we're in that range of about 101 to 116 miles an hour.
Yeah, thanks. And not that I doubt you at all, but I think the report says 101 to 118. And then the speed, after it hit the SUV, the speed would have been reduced to about 80 miles an hour, where it then continued into the ravine. So that gives the public an idea of the speeds we're talking about. And I know that that's very painful for the families to hear, but I thought that we should get that out there. I do want to talk about a few things here. The New York State DOT, we know they had placed an out of service sticker on the vehicle. We know that the New York State DOT had warned the company more than 15 times that it was operating without authority. And I think and I know we're being critical of the New York State DOT, but my question is, what more can they do? I mean, they can't sit there and sit outside of the fence and guard to make sure that vehicle doesn't move. What more can they do, and should they have done?
Well, the new laws that the state of New York has put into place allows them to disable the vehicle when they find it in that condition and operating without authority, which would obviously prohibit it from operating. And prior to the crash, they stated they didn't believe they had clear authority to do that. So what they should have done is, or had the authority to be able to disable the vehicle to make sure that the operator couldn't operate it, and then follow up to ensure that he, became in compliance at some level. They tried to do that administratively, and it did not work.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I heard you exactly right. So prior to the crash, they believed that they did not have the authority. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
To impound the vehicle or for the DMV to confiscate the license plates. So if they did not believe that they had that authority, then what more could they have done? Because I know we're being critical of them, so I want to ask a fair question. What more could they have done?
It would be difficult to do much in terms of beyond that. If they didn't believe they had the authority, it would be difficult for them to come up with scenarios to prohibit the carrier from operating behind their back, so to speak.
Well, and that's exactly my point. If they did not believe they had the authority, and you just said right there, Mr. LaPonte, that it would have been difficult for them to have done more. So, but yet we're proposing to name them in the probable cause because they should have done more. So which way is it?
What should have happened is had the administrative process worked, this carrier would have been put into the bus inspection program, and those problems with the limousine would have been known because they would have been getting 6-month inspections. But because they didn't have a way to force the carrier into that because of the registrations, they could not get them into that program.
Yes, and I'm out of time, but really that was a DMV issue, not a DOT issue, correct or not?
Well, it's both, sir. The DMV, starts the process by misregistering or incorrectly registering the vehicle, and then the DOT found out that they were operating and tried to get them in compliance administratively, which did not work. So, obviously, the state of New York needed more stringent abilities to prohibit a carrier of this nature from actually operating their vehicles.
And I think, just to add, sir, one of the things is we clearly established that the New York DOT knew about the problems with this carrier. When we did check, they did actually have the authority. They may not have known it, but the authority existed, so they should have exercised that. I think the law makes it much more clear that they can exercise that procedurally much easier than they thought they could in the past. But I think, you know, had they not had that authority, we'd have made that recommendation, but they did.
Okay, and I think that puts more clarity on it, because we know that after the crash, there was a focused investigation by both New York State DOT and DMV, where they confiscated the vehicles, impounded the vehicles, the license tags, whatever, for 59 vehicles. So, okay, I'm out of time. So, Vice Chairman, do you have any additional questions at this time?
No further questions at this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And thank you, Member Hamady.
I do have just a quick follow-up question for Dr. Barth. Following up on what Member Chapman asked about regarding NHTSA and actions they've taken on seatbelts, what are our recommendations on seatbelts, and what is the status of those recommendations to NHTSA?
So our recommendations were based on the findings that the poor design of the seatbelts and seats resulted in improper passenger positioning and insufficient structure to support them in a crash. This was done considering multiple limousine events. And so our recommendations were to require lap shoulder belts for each passenger seating position on all new vehicles modified as limousines. NHTSA's response was that they were focused on the severity of this particular crash, and so they felt that because it was unsurvivable, in their view, that the recommendation, they did not adopt the recommendation. Our view is that the lap shoulder belts will improve the chance to survive a full range of crashes from minor to severe. And so although this crash was at the very severe end of the spectrum, the requiring the seatbelts would have a great effect.
And this isn't, and I'm taking this out of the limousine realm for a second. This isn't the first time we've issued seatbelt recommendation. And this one, before I move on to that, is unacceptable, correct? Unacceptable status?
That's correct.
Okay, because they did not act. So my one question I have outside of limousines, we have issued numerous recommendations on seatbelts to NHTSA, and I'm thinking what happened in Concan with medium-sized buses that are manufactured before 2016. So we do have seatbelt recommendations on other vehicles where you might have, in that case, it was I believe it was a church bus, a medium church bus, and they also did not do anything on our recommendations.
That's correct. We've in the past made recommendations to modify the Motor Vehicle Safety Standard number 208 to require the shoulder belts in those vehicles between 10,000 and 26,000 pounds that don't require them. We made a separate recommendation in this report focused specifically on limousines because there's some overlap between the different vehicle types, and we wanted to ensure that this specific class of vehicle was addressed.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Member Hamady, and Member Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad Member Hamady brought up the seatbelts. I have a couple questions on the seatbelts in this vehicle, in this limo. How many seatbelts did the crashed limousine have?
So physical seatbelts on the crash limousine, there were 22 sets of seatbelts on the actual vehicle. That doesn't necessarily relate to the the practical number of seat placements that were on the vehicle in the passenger area.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. How many seatbelts were actually accessible to the passengers in the limo?
Well, in the inspections that we were able to do, it appeared that the seatbelts had all been placed underneath the seat cushions and had been there for a period of time. So while we don't know for certain, because we don't have evidence just prior to the crash of which seatbelts were outside of the seat cushions, it appears that the seatbelts were not readily, or most or all were not readily available to the passengers because they were pushed underneath the seat cushions.
Okay, so they were pushed underneath the seat cushions, or the majority of them were. And did every seatbelt have a buckle and a connector on it?
Yes, there were matched pairs with the seatbelt buckles and connectors. However, the positioning of these seatbelts was not in a manner that would provide a reasonable seating position. Some of the distance between the seatbelts were only about 5 3/4 inches. And there were also many that were misaligned to where the person would have had to be seated in order to use it. And so while there were evenly matched pairs of connectors and buckles, they would not have been able to be used in an effective manner.
Effective manner, okay. And were there lap belts and shoulder belts for every position, or were some of them just lap belts?
There was a mix. So some of the original equipment manufacturer seats had lap shoulder belts, but most of the seats in the limousine, in the passenger compartment, were lap belts only.
Okay. Was anybody on the limousine wearing a seatbelt? Do we know?
Again, we don't know for certain, but the evidence suggests that no one was wearing seatbelts.
But the driver, correct?
I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct.
But no passenger.
No passengers.
Do we think if I know we looked at the seats, the OEM seats in the back fared better than the non-OEM seats in this crash. Do we think it would have been survivable if somebody had their lap and shoulder belt on in one of the OEM seats in the back of the limo?
Well, it's very difficult with the information that we had to make a conclusive analysis to determine whether someone, one of these passengers, had they worn the seatbelts in the back, could have survived. As we've stated, that the crash severity was very severe. Although the passenger compartment retained occupiable space, and there is the potential that someone could have survived. They most certainly probably would have been severely injured, but it's possible. But we can't make a definitive conclusion on whether they would have survived.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so that we know the excessive speed and the severity of this particular accident should not question the importance or the effectiveness of wearing a seatbelt. I think the evidence is very clear. Real quick, well, I have a few seconds left. The Ford Qualified Vehicle Modifier Program, do we know if that program addresses seats, OEM versus non-OEM seats?
I'm going to refer that question over to Brian, who looked more closely at the QVM program.
So the QVM program, Ford definitely does make sure that all of the proper FMVSS are followed, and that the vehicle is able to pass that. I mean, they aren't the final people. They just make sure that the participating manufacturer is making sure that the FMVSS are followed. But yes, the seating positions would be part of the QVM process.
And would that be lap and shoulder belts, or just lap belts?
I believe that would depend on when the vehicle is manufactured, but Dr. Barth would probably have a little bit more on that.
Yeah, just to note that because the QBM program looks at what the requirements are for the class of vehicle that's being created, and so if there was not a regulatory requirement to have lap shoulder belts, then they would not have required it under their QBB program. Although some of the aspects of those QBB programs encourage items that may not necessarily be regulatorily controlled.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, I would love to see these QBM programs have lap and shoulder belts to all seating positions, and I know I've exceeded my time. Thank you very much.
Member Graham, it's not a problem at all. Thank you very much. And Member Chapman, I believe you've indicated you have no questions. I just want to make sure before I move past you. Are you okay?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you very much. So, Member Graham was poking around the issue of the seat belts, the seat restraints, and Member Hamady was asking about the recommendations that we issued a year ago. It was on, I think, October the 2nd of last year. We issued 4 recommendations and reiterated 1 as a result of this crash. Member Hamady asked about the status of the recommendations to NHTSA, and not only is it unacceptable, their response, but it's just astounding that, and I'm going to read the recommendations to NHTSA. Require lap shoulder belts for each passenger seating position on all new vehicles modified to be used in limousines. Their answer was nonsensical as well, because the passengers would not likely have survived in this crash, regardless of whether or not they were wearing seat belts. Therefore, we don't think that based on this crash, we should come up with a requirement for that. Is that basically what NHTSA said to us?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and the other one was require that seating systems installed in new vehicles modified to be used as limousines meet minimum performance standards to ensure their integrity during a crash. And I was speaking to the vice chairman, and I were meeting with the families at 8 o'clock this morning, and one of the dads of a daughter who was killed, questioned this. The construction that they were using pipe hanging metal strips to anchor the seats to the floor, as I recall, and which is clearly substandard. And why would NHTSA say, well, once again, because of the crash forces in this crash, we don't think that there's anything to substantiate that? Dr. Barth, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, my comment would be just that, NHTSA was, they tended to focus specifically on this crash while we were looking at the full range of crash severities. And so while, we've said it is difficult to know if somebody could have survived a crash of this severity, we certainly know, and we looked at other crash events as well, limousine crash events, that seatbelts and well-constructed seats can be a great benefit throughout a range of crash severities.
Yeah, I'm just flabbergasted by NHTSA's response, which seems very irresponsible to me. And of course, I still have 5 minutes according to my clock here. So, Carl, I'm glad you're keeping an eye on me. Let me ask something for clarification. The vice chairman said in the first round, I think he said that in the New York State IG, which I guess is the Office of State Comptroller, there was a 2004 and a 2014 audit. And I believe, Vice Chairman, I don't want to misstate you, but I believe you said that the DOT, the New York State DOT, failed that audit. I don't know if I'm mischaracterizing what you're saying. Did I get that right?
You did, sir, and I may have taken liberties with the description of failure, and it's actually 2003, I believe. I stand corrected on that. But they were called out on this point that they were not doing what their primary function was. And not only did they not do it after 2003, they didn't do it after 2014 either. And that bothers me greatly.
Well, and I understand that. I just wanted to clarify that the language may not have been accurate to say they failed it. They had two key findings and two key recommendations in the 2014 comptroller report. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were characterizing the results of that audit, if you will, correctly.
I stand corrected, sir.
No, I'm not trying to correct you. I just wanted to make sure for the record that we were accurately reflecting that. All right, so given that I probably don't have 5 minutes to go, how much time do I have? Okay, well, about a minute or so.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, Carl. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So another thing I want to ask about is in the report that we reference so we reference in the report, in our draft report, that on page 107, of the 244 verifications of repair for over 6,000 OOS violations. In the first 2 quarters of 2018, repair verifications were conducted on 244 of 6,059 New York State domiciled carriers with out-of-service defects, representing 4% of those carriers. Does anybody know what their goal was in this study? Does anybody know what their goal was? Okay. Nobody has voiced anything. Their goal was 5%, because this study, and it's the Commercial Vehicle Safety Plan, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's Motor Carrier Safety Assessment Program, fiscal years 19 through 21. This is for interstate carriers, commercial interstate carriers. Now, for commercial passenger vehicle inspections, such as limousines, New York State, the Commissioner of New York DOT tells me that limousines are different from this program here. That while the goal is 5% for out of service for interstate carriers, they are doing 100%, and we're doing 100% of out of service verifications for limousines at the time of the crash. Does anybody want to comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, one, we clearly know that in this case, there were limousines that were being put out of service and they were aware of that they were not taking action on. What we're trying, and we believe that the law and the impounding of vehicles is going to be effective in dealing with limousines. I think we're concerned that there's a continuing problem in New York with addressing all commercial out-of-service vehicles, and that's what we're trying to focus on.
Yeah, but wait a minute now. I was always told that we focus on the facts around a particular crash, and this crash involved all commercial motor vehicles, such as large trucks, or did this one involve specifically a limousine?
Obviously, this one involved a limousine. I think this falls under, had they had a good program in place for all commercial vehicles, it would have covered this. But I think our staff was concerned that improving the overall system would improve it for every carrier, including limousines and other passenger carriers.
But New York State DOT Commissioner tells me that they were doing 100% of out of services for limousines, and yet this carrier, Prestige, ripped the sticker off before New York State DOT could go back and inspect and see that the repairs were done. I might talk more about this when it comes to adoption of the report, because I think we're taking an unfair swipe at the New York DOT.
I would disagree. I believe the New York DOT interacted with this carrier many, many times, knew that it was operating as a commercial carrier, knew that it should have been authorized. That's why they violated them for not having authorization, and let them continue to operate. And again, I think they had tools they could have been more effective, but they failed to use those tools. So
they placed them out of service. I mean, that's what they did. But
and
anyway.
that's the issue we're addressing here is sometimes when you place a carrier out of service and they continue to operate, you need to be verifying that they are staying out of service. So that's what we're trying to make the recommendation to improve that.
And Dr. Malloy, how would they verify it? Would they sit outside the fence and make sure that vehicle doesn't move?
I think they would do audits, spot audits. There are recommendations that were in the audit report they had for doing better follow-up audits to make sure that it's being effective. I think putting in procedures with progressive penalties would also improve. So I think there were recommendations on how they could improve it. Would they guarantee every time? No, but they could do a better job.
And thank you. And in the staff's presentations, they mentioned that, on a couple of occasions, one of the DOT inspectors happened to see an ad for Prestige, and he went and took action against them. And then in another situation, a DOT inspector was driving by and he saw this very vehicle at Mavis, and he violated him there. So, it sounds to me like they were doing things above and beyond. I mean, out of service is probably the biggest tool that a regulator can take. But I think you're arguing that, well, they could have impounded the vehicle or something.
And I think that's the tragedy. Is I think you see a lot of cases where inspectors were doing their due diligence, were identifying this vehicle as a vehicle that shouldn't have operating authority, shouldn't be on the roads, and still failed to prevent this occurrence from happening. So,
yeah, thank you. What other questions? Which of my colleagues, I think number how many? I think you have questions.
I do.
Yeah, if you will, when the staff is answering the questions, if you can turn off your mic so we don't get the feedback.
Sure. Dr. Malloy, I just want to ask some questions just based on some of the questions that the chairman just asked. And I'm referring back to the 6 pages of very detailed notes, whoever put this together in this chart in the motor carrier factuals report, factors factual report. It starts on page 27. The intermodal specialist that was at Mavis, I believe, was the same intermodal specialist that then saw the ad on the Facebook page. It seems to indicate that because he or she apparently saw that on January 5th. The question for me is the out of service violation, the 4 out of service violations reported on the 2001 Ford Excursion stretch limousine and 10 non-out of service violations that was issued in March of 2018, correct?
Correct.
And so they got a sticker, and it wasn't until the intermodal specialist was tipped off by somebody else, a New York State DOT roadside inspector who said, hey, I saw this 2001 Ford Excursion, and then that intermodal specialist went back and because they saw that they had changed the license plate. And so it was at that point that the intermodal specialist said, well, now I'm going to come back and re-inspect you. And so then that happened, I believe, in September, at the beginning of September, 6 months later, correct?
Right.
Same sort of defect. So I would think that if you had a good program in place, that it wouldn't require a tip-off from another DOT inspector calling you about a change in license plate, that you would follow up before 6 months down the road, that you would not allow this to continue to happen from June 8th, 2017 through October of 2018, right before the crash, and that you would act within 6 months of an out of service sticker to follow up. I would think that would be a more comprehensive follow-up program.
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I appreciate that. That's what I'm wrestling with right now, so thank you for helping to make that point. Any further questions? All right, I'm going to poll the board and the staff. Would you like a break before we get into the findings? Tell you what, I'm going to make an executive decision. We will take a 15-minute break, and then we will proceed with, if there are questions, if somebody's thought of questions during the break, we can knock those out. Otherwise, we'll proceed directly to the findings. So we are in recess till 12:45.
Rob, your mic is still live.
Thank you, Sean. I was just going to say that. Thank you. If everybody will please turn off your cameras and your mics at this time. Thank you. back in session. And I just want to check in and make sure we have a quorum. Looks like we do. So at this time, are there any further questions from any of my colleagues? Okay. Managing Director Sharon Bryson, if you'll please read the proposed findings.
Yes, sir. As a result of this investigation, staff proposes 22 findings. Number one, none of the following were factors in this crash. 1, the driver's experience or familiarity with the limousine. 2, roadway signage. 3, alcohol impairment or fatigue. 4, cell phone use. 5, weather conditions. Or 6, visibility and stopping sight distance at the intersection where the crash occurred. Number 2, the emergency response to the crash was timely and adequate. Number 3, the limousine was unable to slow on the downhill grade approaching the intersection due to a failure within the poorly maintained brake system. Number 4, although 21st Century Coachworks, the company that altered the Ford Excursion sport utility vehicle into a stretch limousine, does not appear to have certified that the altered vehicle met the applicable federal motor vehicle safety standards, the results of a brake system performance study show that, had the brake system been properly maintained, the limousine should have been capable of stopping safely at the bottom of the New York State Route 30 downgrade. Number 5, limousine operators can help ensure the safety of altered vehicles being acquired for use in passenger transportation service by 1, obtaining an engineer's certification that the altered vehicle meets the federal motor vehicle safety standards, and 2, ensuring that a secondary certification label is affixed to the limousine before purchase. Number 6, the limousine driver failed to disclose pertinent information about his medical history as required on the examination form for commercial driver's license medical certification, which prevented accurate assessment of his fitness to drive a vehicle transporting passengers. Based on the limousine driver's medical conditions, it cannot be determined whether he would have been medically certified to drive a limousine had he fully disclosed his medical history on the examination form for commercial driver's license medical certification. Number 8, based on the limousine driver's habitual use of marijuana, he would not have been medically certified to drive a limousine had he disclosed his history of marijuana use on the examination form for commercial driver's license medical certification. Number 9, although toxicology tests detected evidence of marijuana and prescription drug use by the limousine driver, insufficient information was available to determine whether the drugs in his system were at levels that would have impaired his ability to respond to the emergency situation. Number 10, despite numerous warnings and notices of violation issued by the New York State Department of Transportation, Prestige Limousine violated the law by transporting passengers in its limousines without having operating authority. Number 11, on the day of the crash, Prestige Limousine was knowingly operating a limousine in poor mechanical condition that had recently been placed out of service for safety deficiencies, including brake equipment violations. Number 12, Prestige Limousine did not have an effective maintenance program in place to ensure the safety of its passenger carrying vehicles. Number 13, despite knowing that the crash limousine driver was not properly licensed, Prestige Limousine repeatedly assigned him to transport passengers in direct violation of a New York State Department of Transportation out-of-service order, which indicates deficiencies in driver-related safety controls at the motor carrier. Number 14, the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles' failure to verify information in its vehicle registration program allowed the crash limousine to be incorrectly classified and improperly registered, which enabled Prestige limousine to circumvent the more thorough state safety and inspection requirements that might have prevented the crash. Number 15, the state inspection stations, Mavis Discount Tire and Wilton Truck Center, knowingly inspected and certified the crashed limousine, which was clearly an altered vehicle, in contravention of the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles policy that prohibited stations from inspecting modified or altered vehicles, including stretch limousines. Number 16, by not ensuring that state inspection stations adhered to the policy that prohibited them from inspecting altered vehicles, the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles enabled the crashed limousine to undergo annual vehicle inspections instead of the more rigorous, semi-annual New York State Department of Transportation bus safety inspections as required. Number 17, the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles did not provide effective oversight of state inspection stations, allowing Mavis Discount Tire and Wilton Truck Center to perform inadequate inspections of the crashed limousine that failed to detect serious safety deficiencies before the crash. Number 18, the New York State Department of Transportation's ineffective enforcement and lack of repair verification processes allowed Prestige Limousine to continue to transport passengers in the crashed limousine despite the carrier's 1, not having operating authority, and 2, failing to repair out-of-service vehicle violations that compromise the limousine's safety. Number 19, the state of New York's implementation of Assembly Bill A.9056 should help resolve the safety problem of stretch limousines continuing in commercial operation without having their out-of-service violations repaired. Number 20, the New York State Department of Transportation's enforcement efforts directed toward motor carriers that continue operating after being cited for serious out-of-service violations have been inadequate, and additional strategies and repair verification processes are needed. Number 21, making the definition of what constitutes a, quote, bus consistent between the New York State agencies responsible for registering and inspecting higher occupancy passenger carrying vehicles would reduce the likelihood of miscommunication between these safety oversight agencies and of motor carriers exploiting administrative loopholes to avoid safety scrutiny. And number 22, although the extent of the problem is unknown, some motor carriers across the nation are likely continuing to operate without correcting out-of-service violations, placing the motoring public at risk.
Ms. Bryson, thank you very much. At this time, we'll do a roll call to make sure that our board members are ready to deliberate. Vice Chairman Landsberg.
Present and ready to vote, sir.
Thank you. Member Homendy.
I'm here.
All righty. Member Graham.
Member Graham's here.
And Member Chapman.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
And there you are. Okay, I can see you all now. So, are there any proposed amendments to the findings? I know that I have one. Are there any other proposed amendments to the findings? Okay, seeing none, I will make a motion. And just for your reference, this is exactly the same as was sent out by Sean Dalton yesterday at 4:24 in email, and then it's the same as what he sent out earlier today. So my motion is to combine recommendations 7 and 8. So basically my recommendation, let's just put it this way. My motion is to strike in entirety recommendations 7 and 8 and replace with the following verbiage. Based on the limousine driver's medical conditions, it cannot be determined whether he would have been granted medical certification to drive a limousine had he fully disclosed his medical history on the examination form for commercial drivers license medical certification. There's a semicolon. However, had he disclosed his use of marijuana, he would not have been medically certified. And that is my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded for discussion. What I found while reading finding 7 and 8 is that in finding 7, we basically say, well, because of his medical conditions, we can't determine whether or not he would have been medically certified to drive had he fully disclosed. But then we turn around on number 8 and say, well, no, because of his marijuana use, he would not have been medically certified. So, you know, which is it? And so I just thought that by combining them, they would not appear to be potentially contradicting each other. I realize that one deals specifically with his medical condition, the other deals specifically with his use of marijuana, but I thought by combining them, we would, maybe it wouldn't seem as awkward. So that's my thoughts. Questions, comments? The floor is open.
Seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I shared that concern and actually had that discussion with our team prior to the meeting. And I think your amendment resolves my concern.
Thank you very much. And does staff have any thoughts on this?
Staff concurs with that change.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved and seconded to adopt the motion as offered by me. We'll take a roll call vote. Those voting in favor will vote on the motion to say aye, and those opposed will say no. So Vice Chairman Landsberg.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Landsberg votes aye. Member Hamady.
Aye.
Member Hamady votes aye. Member Chapman.
Member Chapman votes aye.
Sorry, I went out of sequence. Member Chapman votes aye. And Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Graham votes aye. Chairman votes aye. The motion has been passed unanimously. Are there any other amendments to the proposed findings? Okay, do I have a motion to adopt the findings as revised?
I so move.
Okay, Member Hamady so moves, and I think Vice Chairman, I believe you, well, let's see, did you second it?
She beat me to the buzzer, so I will second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the findings as amended. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a roll call vote. Vice Chairman Landsberg.
Vote aye.
Vice Chairman votes aye. Member Hamady.
Aye.
Member Hamady votes aye. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Graham votes aye. Member Chapman.
Aye.
Member Chapman votes aye, and the chairman votes aye. The findings have been adopted as amended unanimously. Now, Ms. Bryson, if you'll please read the proposed probable cause.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The National Transportation Safety Board determines that the probable cause of the Schoharie, New York crash was Prestige Limousine and Chauffeur Services' egregious disregard for safety in dispatching a stretch limousine with an out-of-service order for a passenger charter trip, resulting in the failure of its brake system while descending the steep grade of New York State Route 30. Contributing to the crash was the New York State Department of Transportation's ineffective oversight of Prestige Limousine, despite its knowledge of the carrier's multiple out-of-service violations and lack of operating authority, as well as the department's inadequate repair verification process. Further contributing to the crash was the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles' inadequate oversight of state-licensed inspection stations and its failure to properly register the limousine, which enabled a Prestige limousine to circumvent the state's safety regulations and more rigorous inspection requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Bryson. Do I have a motion to adopt the probable cause as read?
So moved.
Vice Chairman moves.
Second.
Member Hamady seconds. Discussion. I'll jump in there. I did question earlier in the rounds of questions in my last round whether or not the New York State DOT should be included in there. And I think that the way that Member Hamady wrapped it up did convince me that, yes, they did have opportunities to do more. And as you said, I think it was actually, I think it wasn't you. Somebody said it was. That's actually the tragedy of it. I think it was maybe Mr. Malloy said that there were other opportunities, and unfortunately, they're missed opportunities. And I know that they're very good people that are trying to do their jobs. And this is not about fault. It's not about blame. It's calling it the way that we believe it is, and so that we can correct things and make it better. So that's really my comments. Anybody else have any comments on the proposed probable cause?
Mr. Chairman, I thought the discussion was helpful, but I agree, and I think it is appropriate. It's a tall order, certainly a tall order, but I think it's appropriate and agree that we should call out the DOT as a contributing factor in the probable cause.
I would also agree with that, Mr. Chairman. You know, when you have oversight agencies that are responsible for making sure that commercial operators are complying with the rules, if you can threaten them all you want, but until you take action, you really haven't served what your primary purpose is. So that's my thought.
Yeah, Member Graham.
Well, I'll chime in also. You know, not only do we have the registration issues, but the fact that they weren't making sure the repairs were happening on the out of services is just, as the probable cause says, is egregious. So I believe we need to keep them in.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, that's why we have, Vice Chairman, you alluded to this. This is why, this is the function of the regulatory authority, is to hold people's feet to the fire and to hold that line. And so I can support it. And any other discussion?
Just one last comment, Mr. Chairman. There was discussion, and again, appropriately so, there was discussion about what would the DOT have done. And it seems clear that there was authority. Well, it may not have been exercised, but there was authority, because after the accident, action was taken with respect to 59 operators. It was cooperative, of course, with DOT and DMV, but there does appear to have been authority there, even if it wasn't fully recognized or exercised.
Well, and may I chime in?
Please, absolutely.
I mean, and one thing that is laid out in our motor carrier factual is not just the number of times that the DOT had emailed or sent letters about not having operating authority to transport passengers and their violations. There was also the first violation, the notice of violation 1. They were fined $5,000, and when Prestige failed to show up in court and failed to respond several months later, after they saw they were continuing to operate, or the DOT saw that Prestige was continuing to operate, they sent a notice of a settlement offer of $500 off of the $5,000 to close the violation and to move on. And then we knew they were continuing to get violations. So to me, it's just that was just a slap on the wrist, and they moved on.
Yeah, you're right. Anything else? You know, I think the way the probable cause, the first part of the probable cause is written properly. it could have been said that the probable cause of the failure was the brakes. Well, I don't believe that. I believe that people and organizations cause accidents. The brakes are just the poorly maintained brakes were the result of the egregious disregard for safety that Prestige had. So if there are no further questions, we will proceed to a vote. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the probable cause as proposed. Are we ready? Everybody's ready? No further discussion? Staff, do you have anything you'd like to weigh in on before we vote?
Thank you very much. Again, I appreciate the discussion, and again, it just goes to show that, as Member Graham said earlier, just the many layers of safety that didn't work in this case.
Yeah, you mentioned Swiss cheese, and that's making me hungry to think about that at lunchtime. So, okay. All right. Okay. Proceed to a vote. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the probable cause as presented. And so Vice Chairman Landsberg.
Vice Chairman votes aye.
Vice Chairman votes aye. Member Homedy.
Aye.
Member Homedy votes aye. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Graham votes aye. Member Chapman.
Aye.
Member Chapman votes aye. The chairman votes aye. The probable cause has been adopted unanimously as presented. And Miss Bryson, if you please read the proposed recommendations. And I want to make this point here. I think it was pointed out by our general counsel last night in an email. So Miss Bryson will read the new proposed findings 1 through 6. I'm sorry. New proposed recommendations 1 through 6. We will vote on those. And since the previously issued recommendations have already been voted on, after Ms. Bryson after we have voted on the new recommendations, then Ms. Bryson, for the sake of transparency, will read out what those previously issued recommendations were, since they are in fact a part of this accident investigation report, this crash investigation report. Okay, Ms. Bryson, she's all yours.
Yes, sir. As a result of its investigation, the National Transportation Safety Board makes the following 6 new safety recommendations. To the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, provide guidance and best practices to states to improve carrier compliance with state-issued out-of-service orders based on available information on state efforts to address the issue of vehicles and drivers continuing to operate after being cited for serious out-of-service violations. The second recommendation is to the Governor of the State of New York. Require the New York State Department of Transportation to implement the, quote, key recommendations in the 2014 New York Office of the State Comptroller Report 2012-S13, addressing vehicle repair certification requirements, strategies to improve carrier compliance with out-of-service violations, and progressive enforcement actions for continued operation of out-of-service vehicles. The third recommendation also goes to the Governor of the State of New York. Require the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles to adopt the New York State Department of Transportation's definition of a bus as a passenger vehicle for hire with a seating capacity of 10 or more. To the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles, the fourth recommendation, review your policies and protocols on the inspection of stretch limousines and establish stricter safeguards and more rigorous enforcement protocols to ensure that state contracted inspection stations do not inspect stretch limousines that have a seating capacity of 10 or more. The fifth recommendation also goes to the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles. Re-notify state contracted inspection stations that they may not inspect stretch limousines that have a seating capacity of 10 or more. And the sixth recommendation goes to the National Limousine Association. Inform your member limousine operators of the importance of verifying the safety of altered vehicles planned for passenger transportation by ensuring that the altered vehicle passes a structural and mechanical safety inspection, obtaining from the alterer an engineer's certification that the altered vehicle meets the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards affected by the alteration, and checking that a secondary certification label is affixed to the limousine before purchase. Those are the new recommendations.
Ms. Bryson, thank you very much. I will propose an amendment, but do any of my colleagues have any proposed amendments before I proceed? Okay, I will make a motion. I will preface it by saying that my apologies that this was not circulated earlier. As you know, Sean sent it out during the break. You can read it on your iPhone, however you want to. But I will propose a motion that to amend recommendation 1 to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to read as follows: provide guidance and best practices to states to, and then strike the word improve, add the word enforce, carrier compliance with state-issued out-of-service orders based on available information on state efforts to, and then strike the words address the issue of, and insert the word prevent vehicles and drivers, insert the word from continuing to operate after being cited for serious out-of-service violations. So having said that, I'll read the motion as it should be read. I'll read it without all the strikeouts. So the motion is to amend recommendation 1 to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to read as follows: provide guidance and best practices to states to enforce carrier compliance with state-issued out-of-service orders based on available information based on available information on state efforts to prevent vehicles and drivers from continuing to operate after being cited for serious out-of-service violations. That is my motion. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm going to give the second to Member Chapman. So thank you. And in discussion, so I'll start out on the discussion. Thank you for the second. I really would like to add more teeth to this recommendation. It was Mr. LaPonte that on slide number 70 said verifying out-of-service repairs is not unique to New York. It is a national issue. And so I do believe that I do know that we're proposing to issue actually a total of 4 recommendations to the state of New York, whether it's to the DMV or to the governor, and 1 to NLA, National Limousine Association. The 4 to New York State may be strong enough, and it may be that someone else wants to offer an amendment to those. But you know, that's pretty much taken care of New York State. Plus, the New York Assembly passed 9 bills to strengthen limousine safety. So yes, I'm concerned about New York, but I believe we're probably in pretty good shape there. What I'm concerned about, though, is a global perspective across the nation. And I believe that by putting more teeth into this recommendation, it will be beneficial to the consumers who charter limousines. So those are my comments. I'd love to hear the comments of my colleagues. Vice Chairman.
I think we've heard from Mr. LaPonte very properly that this is a national problem, and I have great concern that we have, at a very high price, started to resolve the problems in New York State. But if you only had 10 out-of-service vehicles in all of the other states, which I'm sure is much higher, that are continuing to operate, we're talking about a big number and a lot of people. And as we all know, the fact that crashes don't happen doesn't mean that we're doing it right. It means we were lucky, and that's not a good way to run safety.
You're exactly right. As I've talked to the families, and I talked to Representative Paul Tonko yesterday, who represents the district of many of the victims, his comments were he wants to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I know that is the goal of each and every one of us. Member Hamady, did you want to weigh in on this one?
Well, I have one question. At the end of the recommendation, Dr. Malloy, can you tell me why it just says serious out-of-service violations? I would assume if you're issued an out-of-service violation, it's pretty serious.
I think we're just emphasizing that out of service are serious. So.
Well, Member Hamady, I would certainly consider a friendly amendment to strike the word serious.
Yeah, I would strike that one word.
Okay, I'm going to accept that friendly amendment, and once we go to vote, I'll read the whole thing with her strikeout in there too. But I think that's a good possible amendment. And did someone else want to say yes, please?
Just one other question for Dr. Malloy. Why just out of service orders and not other violations?
I think this is something that we've seen within New York and we know it's a difficult issue with regard to Michael LaPonte's investigation and what he's done in his history as an inspector. So I think that focus is a really good, clear approach.
The reason I'm asking is I believe and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the authority to transport passengers was one of the non-out of service.
No, that would be.
Oh, it was one of the out of service violations. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, then I think that clears up my question.
Great, thank you. Other comments from my colleagues? Yes, Michael Graham, Member Graham.
Yes, I would support that. I think the stronger wording drives the point home, especially in the case of this crash, is that there was a lack of enforcement out there going on. And we need more enforcement to keep this from happening. And those layers that were there to prevent this didn't happen. So I believe prevent the vehicles and the drivers from continuing to operate. I would support it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Staff, what would be your viewpoints of this proposed amendment?
Staff concurs with the proposal. So I think it makes it, as you say, a more clear and a stronger worded recommendation.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other comments, we will proceed to a vote. Doesn't appear there's any more comments. Okay, so I'll restate the motion. There's a motion to amend recommendation 1 to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to read as follows. Provide guidance and best practices to states to enforce carrier compliance with state-issued out-of-service orders based on available information on state efforts to prevent vehicles and drivers from continuing to operate after being cited for out-of-service violations. That is my motion. It's been moved and seconded. I see no further discussion. Proceed to a roll call. Vice Chairman Landsberg.
I vote aye.
Vice Chairman Landsberg votes aye. Member Hamady.
Aye.
Member Hamady votes aye. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Graham votes aye. Member Chapman.
Aye.
Member Chapman votes aye. The chairman votes aye. That motion has been adopted. And we will go and pick up all the rest of the recommendations here in just a second. But before I do that, I want to thank Sean Dalton, my executive officer for the NTSB. I sent him an email at 10:51 last night saying I still felt like we needed to strengthen this recommendation, and he worked on it and he drafted it. And I I concur. So Sean, thank you very much. Okay, so now we've got to go back and adopt all 6 recommendations as we just amended them. Do I have a motion to adopt the recommendations as amended?
I so move.
Member Graham moves.
Second.
And the Vice Chairman seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the recommendations as amended. Vice Chairman Landsberg.
I vote aye.
Vice Chairman Landsberg votes aye. Member Hamady.
Aye.
Member Hamady votes aye. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Graham votes aye. Member Chapman.
Aye.
Member Chapman votes aye. The chairman votes aye. The recommendations have been unanimously adopted as amended. So does anyone have any additional issues related to this report that they wish to? Oh, I'm sorry. And I knew I might do this. Managing Director Sharon Bryson, if you would please read the recommendations that we adopted a year ago as a part of the safety recommendation report related to this crash.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. In September 2019, the NTSB issued a safety recommendation report titled Providing Occupant Protection for Limousine Passengers, which issued and reiterated the following safety recommendations addressing occupant protection safety issues identified during the Schoharie crash. This report is NTSB 2019A. And as you know, sir, we moved forward with this report out of extreme concern regarding this accident and due to the number of delays and challenges that we were encountering. Those recommendations were to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. The first was H1914, require lap shoulder belts for each passenger seating position on all new vehicles modified to be used as limousines. The second recommendation was H1915, require that seating systems installed in new vehicles modified to be used as limousines meet minimum performance standards to ensure their integrity during a crash. The status of safety recommendations H1914 and 15 is open, unacceptable response. We have one to the New York State Department of Transportation, H1916. As an addition to your regular state inspection process, ensure that seatbelts are functional and accessible in all limousines in the state equipped with passenger seatbelts. The status of recommendation H1916 is closed, acceptable alternate action. There's one to the National Limousine Association, H1917, educate member limousine operators on the life-saving benefits of proper seatbelt use and recommend that they develop methods to, 1, ensure that seatbelts are functional and accessible to the passengers, and 2, encourage passengers to use them. The status of safety recommendation H1917 is open, acceptable response. Also included in the safety recommendation report, the NTSB reiterated a safety recommendation, which is H1542 to the state of New York. In that recommendation, we're recommending in that to enact legislation that provides for primary enforcement of a mandatory seatbelt use law for all vehicle seating positions equipped with a passenger restraint system. The status of safety recommendation H1542 to the state of New York is open, acceptable response. And that's the end of the recommendation, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Bryson, thank you very much. And as mentioned, we voted on those a year ago, so those do not require a vote. So we'll now proceed to the adoption of the final report. Do any of my colleagues or any staff have any additional issues related to this report that they wish to discuss? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to clarify something that Dr. Malloy had said, just so I make sure on the out of service violation question. Would you mind? Dr. Malloy, you said that operating in the transportation of passengers, the operating authority is, you said it is an out of service violation because the factual says that indicating on March 21st that it was one of 10 non-out of service.
I would have to ask Mike LaPonte to check on that. I believed it was, but.
Okay. All right. Well.
Yeah, Mr. LaPonte.
Yes, that is not an out of service violation. It is just a violation of operating without authority. It doesn't rise to the level of out of service.
Okay, which is why I asked on that previous amendment then why we weren't mentioning other violations. I mean, that's pretty serious. If you're not supposed to be operating in a state and we just are focusing on a recommendation that's on out of service violations, but then in this case they were operating and that's a non-out of service violation. I mean, I'll just, you know, I mean, we can move on because we already approved the recommendations, but I would point out that it could have been more broad.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Mr. Malloy. Dr. Malloy.
So again, I apologize for being inaccurate on that one statement. I still believe that the focus that we had was on the out of service violations, and that's kind of where we did the research, and that's where we know that FMCSA has done previous work. So that's where we had the focus.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments? Because I have a question I'd like to offer, but I want to make sure my colleagues have had a chance to weigh in. Member Chapman?
Mr. Chairman, that's a significant issue, I think. I don't know whether it's procedurally possible for us to go back and reopen that issue. There is a fairly simple way to address that if there's a way to reopen the language. And I'll just suggest it here. I'm pulling it up on my screen. We could have it read, to prevent vehicles and drivers from continuing to operate without authority or after being cited for out-of-service violations.
All right, great. I'm going to defer to the general counsel. I see her flashing there, but I suspect, well, I'll let her answer. I've got my suspicion, and go right ahead, Ms.
Well, hopefully we are in alignment, but I believe, again, under the rules in which we operate, that the goal is to ensure that everybody is understanding what they are voting on, that is presenting the issues as you wish it to, and that you are addressing that matter in the report in a complete way. I think this is similar to our petitions for reconsideration, in which if you get new information, that you are allowed to then make some changes to how that information was evaluated. So I think that's the condition in which you are in, that with this additional information, it is appropriate to go back and review that last amendment and make further changes if you all agree.
Okay, I'm going, but based on that information, I'm going to propose that we take a motion to go back and reconsider recommendation number 1 that we amended previously. And Ms. Silbaugh, if you think that, I believe that would be the best way to do it, just so that we're all being very transparent. Your thoughts?
Yes, I agree.
All right, great. So I'll entertain a motion to go back and re-evaluate and discuss and entertain a potential new motion on recommendation 1.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's been moved. And Member Hamady?
Second.
It's been, is that what you intended? I'm sorry. I thought I saw you. Any discussion on this? All right, let's just take a quick roll call vote. Vice Chairman Landsberg, it's been moved and seconded to go back and reconsider recommendation number 1. Your vote?
That's appropriate, sir. Yes.
Aye. Okay. Vice Chairman votes aye, I believe is what appropriate means. Okay. Member Hamady?
Aye.
Member Hamady votes aye. Member Graham.
Got me. I vote aye.
Member Graham votes aye. Member Chapman.
Aye.
Member Chapman votes aye. The chairman votes aye. So thank you very much. I think we're well in order now. I'll entertain a motion to amend recommendation 1 that we just adopted. I'll entertain that motion if someone would like to make it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to insert the language that I suggested, and I'm happy to repeat that.
Absolutely. And Member Hamady, if you would turn off your microphone, please. Thank you. I don't know what that problem is, but yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those gremlins. This morning, the vice chairman's camera wouldn't work. It's just, anyway, anyway. Okay, Member Chapman, you're recognized. Please go right ahead.
I'll simply read the recommendation as I propose it should read. Provide guidance and best practices to states to enforce carrier compliance with state-issued out-of-service orders based on available information on state efforts to prevent vehicles and drivers from continuing to operate without authority or after being cited for serious out-of-service violations. So I'm suggesting that we insert the words to operate without authority.
Okay.
Is that clear?
We'll make sure. And so bottom line is, if we look at it is a long sentence. So what we're doing, beginning with picking up the word prevent vehicles and drivers from, everybody with me so far? Continuing to operate without, insert, without authority, and then continue with or after being cited for out of service violations. Did I say that correctly, sir?
Correct. Insert without authority or after the word after.
Right. Okay, so it would be operate without authority or after being cited for out of service violations. Is that correct?
That's my motion. Yes, sir.
It's been moved, and I hope everyone understands the motion. If not, we'll restate it. But it's been moved to amend recommendation 1. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second. Okay, or Vice Chairman seconds. Any discussion?
I just have a question, maybe for Dr. Malloy. The first part of that sentence, which says provide guidance and best practices to states to enforce carrier compliance with state issued out of service orders, would FMCSA issue guidance and best practices just for state issued for enforcing carrier compliance with state issued out of service orders, or could you have that apply to whatever violations, even non out of service?
Again, I think with your addition of the authority, and staff concurs with that addition, I think right now the out of service is the best instead of just all violations, because again, the out of service means you can't operate and you can't continue to operate. So I think that would be the best approach.
Member Hamady, I can see the wheel spinning. Would you like to comment on that?
My only concern is that the last part of that sentence is really based on what states are not doing with respect to out of service violations and authority, but it doesn't actually broaden what FMCSA would be doing.
I think with regard to intra-state operations, which we're trying to target here, there are federalism issues that become involved. These are the states have the authority to handle intra-state operation, and that's what we're trying to focus on. For the interstate, the FMCSA already works with the states on how
Yes,
to do it.
I understand that. But we're still having FMCSA issue guidance and best practices, which is why we're not having them actually require anything. It's guidance, so the states can adopt the guidance.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I was distracted because I'm watching the live feed as well. And it looks like some version of Java is available, and we may have lost a live feed. I'm not sure about that, but I'm going to turn that off and not worry about it, unless somebody from the CIO's office would like to comment on that. But okay, so back to the business. Other comments on the motion that's been moved by Member Chapman and seconded by, I can't remember, I think Member Hamdi, I believe.
The Vice Chairman.
Okay, Vice Chairman, thank you very much. Any further discussion on that? So Member Chapman, if you would kindly, all right, so we'll proceed to a vote. And staff, would you like to weigh in further on this before we proceed to a vote?
Thank you for asking. Again, no, we concur with the change.
Okay, thank you very much. Member Chapman, if you would kindly state your motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we insert the words without authority or after the word operate and before the word after.
Okay, good. And would you kindly just state what the entire recommendation would look like? Now we're
Yes.
back on. Now we've got our live feedback. Okay.
It would read as follows. Provide guidance and best practices to states to enforce carrier compliance with state-issued out-of-service orders based on available information on state efforts to prevent vehicles and drivers from continuing to operate without authority or after being cited for serious out-of-service violations.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any yes, sir, Member Graham.
I believe we wanted to strike serious out of service. Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm reading from the original amendment. Yes, strike serious. Yes.
Thank you for catching that. I was distracted by seeing that we got our live feedback. So, okay, thank you. All right, does everybody understand the motion that we're about to vote on? Yeah, thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded to amend recommendation 1 as presented by Member Chapman and seconded by the Vice Chairman. We proceed to a vote. Vice Chairman Landsberg.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Landsberg votes aye. Member Hamdi.
Aye.
Member Hamdi votes aye. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Graham votes aye. Member Chapman.
Aye.
Member Chapman votes aye. The chairman votes aye. The finding number or recommendation number 1 has been adopted unanimously as amended, as revised. Let's just go ahead procedurally. Let's go ahead and take a motion to once again adopt all of the recommendations as amended. I'll entertain a motion on that.
So moved.
Second.
Vice Chairman moves. Vice Chairman Member Hamdi seconds. No discussion. Is that fair to assume? Okay. Roll call vote. Vice Chairman Landsberg.
Aye.
Vice Chairman votes aye. Member Hamdi.
Aye.
Member Hamdi votes aye. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Graham votes aye. Member Chapman.
Aye.
Member Chapman votes aye. The chairman votes aye. The ayes have it. The recommendations have been adopted as revised. The recommendations have been adopted as revised unanimously. And Member Hamdi, I want to thank you for bringing up that point because I think it helped us to get to be a better product. So thank you for that. Member Chapman, thank you for offering that amendment. Okay, we'll proceed now back to the idea of the adoption of the report. And does any of my colleagues have any issues that they would wish to discuss regarding the report? I'm going to go back to something that's bothering me, and you can help me to where it doesn't bother me. But I want to refer to the bottom of page 106, and I'll read it so you don't have to look for it. Bottom of page 106 and the top of page 107. And I see people scurrying around, so I'll let you find it. It says, during the first 2 quarters of fiscal year 2018, for example, only 244 repair verifications were conducted of the 6,059 New York State domiciled carriers with OOS defects, representing just 4% of those carriers. And so, again, I think the source document for that is really looking at interstate carriers, and it's not necessarily, here we are, we've got an accident report, a crash report that's dealing with limousines, and then now we're pulling in the whole broad population of interstate carriers, interstate, and their goal, the New York State goal for what I just referenced was 5%. It wasn't so they missed their goal, but I would feel better if we at least inserted something like, and I'm not necessarily proposing this, but I'd like to discuss it. Are we in order, Ms. Silbaugh, just by having a discussion, or do we need a motion?
So we've talked about this at different points. I think that it's appropriate to have to introduce the issue. If you're going to recommend a change, I think we need a motion.
Okay. Well, yeah. All right, I'll make a motion. On page, and I hate to just throw this out, but it's just for discussion. It'd make me feel better to air it. On page 106, on line 18. Does everybody have that? Dr. Malloy, do you and your staff, to your knowledge, do you have that pulled up?
Chairman Sumwalt, I definitely have it pulled up. I believe my staff does too.
All right, good. My motion is to, in front of, before we say in audit reports, my motion is to insert prior to that part to say, for example, as it relates to commercial trucks and buses, comma, and then proceed. So it would say, for example, as it relates to commercial trucks and buses, in audit reports issued in 2004 and 2014, the New York State Office of the State Comptroller found that New York State NYS DOT's inspection program did not adequately monitor compliance and did not have a sufficient system to verify that OOS violations were repaired. So that's my okay, so that's, and then after the period, write, insert furthermore, the word furthermore. Data continue to show and continue on. Again, I think just so that's my motion. I'll just stop there and then I'll explain if I get a second. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
For friendly discussion, absolutely.
Okay, friendly discussion. Thanks. Yeah, thank you for that, Vice Chairman. I just think that as it is now, we are tending to lump in their inspections of commercial trucks and interstate vehicles with limousines. This report is about limousines, so it leads the reader to believe that they only inspected like 4% of limousines, for example, as we read to the top of page 107. So I thought that just by putting some verbiage in there, it would sort of say, okay, they've got some oversight issues. For example, as it relates to commercial trucks, here's what a comptroller audit found. because I think it's a little misleading as it is right now. So those would be my thoughts. Yes, sir, Vice Chairman.
Does staff have any information on the number of out-of-service inspection verifications that were done on limousines? I know, Mr. Chairman, you stated the goal was 100%. Well, it's quite obvious they didn't get close to that. And then I think the other point is, if you want to insert this, we might want to insert the word interstate in front of commercial to make that a little bit clearer. But the first or the second one is a statement. The first one is a question for staff.
It's a great question, Dr. Malloy.
If I can have Mike LaPonte explain the difference, that'd be great.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was reading ahead there. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I think that was the Vice Chairman, so go right ahead, please.
Yes, Dr. LaPonte. Well, the point is that New York State said their goal was to inspect 100% of all intrastate limousines, and we know that is clearly not the case. And I was wondering if you had any data, because what's cited here by the New York IG is relative to commercial trucks and buses in interstate operations, not intrastate limousines. So do we have any data relative to that?
The inspection rate for intrastate limousines is probably close to 100% if the carrier is registered in the BusNet program and has operating authority to be operating within the state. So Prestige didn't have operating authority. They were never in that program. So the inspections that they performed on Prestige were basically roadside inspections that were never followed up on. So, I mean, it's correct. This is probably referring to the total number of inspections they did at the scales over a year. Of that, they only inspected 4% of the out-of-service violations that were being noted. I don't know if that is it's certainly not an insignificant number. I don't know if that is enough to dissuade people from running the risk of operating without repairing out-of-service orders.
But it's obvious, it's pretty obvious that after New York State passed their revised legislation, that they pulled 59 vehicles off the road. And so that doesn't sound to me like they're being particularly effective in even this 100% goal. Perhaps I'm not understanding how this works.
Well, let me offer a correction, and I may be wrong, but and I could be wrong, so staff, keep me honest here. It's my understanding that the 59 that they pulled off the road was shortly after this Schoharie disaster. It was prior to the legislation being enacted by the New York Assembly.
Okay. All right.
That is correct, Chairman.
So let me say this. We've already heard now, I was making the point, well, it's not 4%, it's 100% of limousines. And this is a report about limousines. I'm going to withdraw my motion with the Vice Chairman's concurrence, since you seconded. I'm going to make a motion that, and ultimately I want to approve the report. My motion is that we will ask staff to sort of send this back to staff, this section 2.3.3, to look it over. I'm sorry, it's yes, 2.3.2. I'm confused, but that staff, my motion is to take that section, send it back to staff, let them offer page changes that they would then circulate for the board's approval. That is my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I would feel better because here we're starting to amend things on the fly. I had a level of discomfort about this, and so that would be my thought. So Is there any discussion on that from my colleagues, and then I'll go to staff? Staff, I'd like your thoughts, please, Dr. Malloy.
So just to clarify, you'd like us in this section to just be, call out more that when we're talking about out of service here, that we're referring to commercial interstate from the audit. And the goal we were doing there is just to extend that this is a more widespread problem in New York than just the limousines. So, but adding some clarity.
Yes, that's what I want, is to put these figures into perspective. They don't necessarily relate to limousines. The limousine, if they were registered with the DOT, New York State DOT, and they had an out of service, New York State would have verified pretty darn close to 100% of those limousines that the repairs had been made. Did I cite that properly, Mr. LaPonte, from what you just said?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay, so I think we need to put it in perspective. Right now we're saying, well, just 4%, but this is a report that's about limousines. And this report doesn't relate to trucks and buses, although we're considering this limousine to be a bus, but I think you see what I'm saying. I'd feel better just to kind of put it in perspective, and that's why I'd like for staff to go back and look at it, put things in perspective, rework it if it needs to be, and then circulate the page changes for the board to ultimately vote. That's my motion.
We can do that.
Discussion from my colleagues.
It's a good clarification.
Well, thank you. And 4% is a lot different than 100%. So I just want to make sure that we're being accurate and fair in our report. So seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to a roll call vote. So the motion is to send sections 2.3.3.2 back to staff to revise if needed, and to clarify if needed, and then circulate those changes, those page changes on notation for the board to vote upon. Everybody understand the motion? Okay. Vice Chairman Landsberg, your vote is?
Aye.
Aye. Vice Chairman votes aye. Member Hamady?
Aye.
Member Hamady votes aye. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Graham votes aye. Member Chapman?
Aye.
Member Chapman votes aye. The chairman votes aye. Okay, so that motion to adopt, to possibly amend 2.3.3.2 and send page changes to the board for approval has been approved. Any other discussions concerning the report itself? All right. Is there a motion to adopt the report as revised?
So moved.
Okay, one of you gets to go. Which is it?
Member Graham.
Okay.
And I'll second.
Okay, Member Graham, you're okay with that? You moved to adopt the report as revised, and Member Chapman has seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Vice Chairman Landsberg, your vote is?
Aye.
Aye. Vice Chairman votes aye. Member Hamady.
Aye.
I'm getting very confused. Member Hamady votes aye. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Graham votes aye. Member Chapman.
Aye.
Member Chapman votes aye. Chairman votes aye. The report has been adopted as revised unanimously. Do any members wish to file a concurring or dissenting statement? Member Graham? Any others? I will reserve my right to file a concurring statement. So Member Graham and Robert Sumwalt all vote to wish to reserve the right to file a concurring or dissenting statement. As we prepare to wrap it up, those participating in the board meeting, yes, I remember, well, I'm sorry, that's the problem. Watching the live feed, which is 15 seconds later, I saw you, Michael Graham, raise your hand. Anyway, as we prepare to wrap it up, I invite all participants to turn off their cameras and their microphones. In closing, I want to thank my colleagues on the board for their preparation going into the board meeting and for a really good debate and discussion. I want to thank staff for meeting with each of us individually ahead of time and as we work together to try to make the report as good as we can. Vice Chairman Landsberg, I'd like to thank you for joining me and the investigative team when we were on scene at Schoharie 2 years ago. What we do at the board, and when a board member is new, which you were 2 years ago, we take a new board member out on one of our launches to sort of see the ropes. So thank you very much for going along on that. Special thanks to our Office of Highway Safety. I'd like to thank the investigator in charge, Pete Katowski, who retired. And it says if he's listening, I know he's listening, probably watching. So Pete, hope retirement is good. I'd especially like to also thank Dennis Collins, who picked up and became the acting investigator in charge, and for leading the team and completing a remarkable investigation in face of considerable obstacles. As I always say, though, nothing around here gets done by just one person. It truly takes a team effort. A sincere thank you to the entire team, not only for the investigative team, but the program and the support staff. Here we had somebody madly working behind the scenes to restore the webcast after it went off. So to everybody, thank you for making this possible. So-called stretch limousines are often considered buses under the law. Their modification needs to be accounted for when considering their safety. There needs to be more frequent inspections. Their drivers need CDLs the drivers need CDLs with passenger endorsements, which of course did not happen in this case. The recommendations that we issue today, if implemented, would result in the New York State DMV exercising greater oversight of their inspection stations. They would result in tougher enforcement actions by New York DOT against operators that continue to use out-of-service vehicles and those that operate illegally by not obtaining operating authority. And they would result in guidance from both the FMCSA and the National Limousine Association. We allow lax regulation and oversight of stretch limousines at the peril of limousine passengers and others outside of those vehicles as well. At the present moment, businesses are working hard to show the public that they're taking health and safety seriously. When we board a limousine, we have the right to know that everything possible is being done to make our trip a safe one. That does not only include recent health upgrades, it also includes the venerable safety precautions such as proper inspections, drivers are qualified to operate our rides, and oversight enforcement of state laws. Thank you. We stand adjourned.